361, Chapter 42.
Welcome to CraftLit, the podcast for crafters who love books. My name is Heather Ordover, and I'm podcasting from where the Delaware River meets the Old York Road, New Hope, Pennsylvania.
Episode 361, A Fisher of Nets. Well, hello. It feels like it's been a million years since I talked to you last. I hear you say, but why, Heather, is this episode called A Fisher of Nets? Because my husband, who I love very much, we had gotten these swings back in Arizona. They were hammock swings. They were individual. And the hammock part is like a fish net. You know, like a fishing net, not like fishnet stockings, but like a real net that you would throw out into the ocean because it gets very heavy when it gets wet, which is great for stability. But the material that this is made out of is a thick cotton yarn. Not too thick, maybe like, I don't know, 3/8 of an inch thick. And of course, because it's cotton yarn, it's stable. My husband likes tape, lots and lots of tape. And so these, you can see where this is going already, can't you? So these fantastic hammock swing chairs were wrapped around their wooden support. And then tape was wrapped around the net, around the wooden support, which means in order to unwrap these, one would have to cut through, you knew it was coming, cut through the layers of tape. Well, we asked our landlord, because we have a fabulous tree out in the backyard, can we hang these? Should I put a rope over the branch or whatever? He comes over with an auger and drills, he's a tree guy, drills holes in the tree, puts up big hooks into the tree. And I'm unwrapping one of them and we hang it up and I go to unwrap the other. And thank God, before I had a chance to do any real damage, I saw more frayed ends than I could count. And I gasped and I dropped it on the ground and proceeded to very, very slowly and gently pull the pieces apart so that I could try and identify where one strand should have ended and continued on. And ran inside and got a lot of safety pins. And because it was relatively thick yarn, I was able to, if not safety pin the pieces together, at least I could safety pin the ends so that they were easily identifiable and probably not going to unravel any more than they already had. As you can imagine, this was devastating. We haven't been able to have these up since we were in Virginia, so that's been 3 years. And these are, you must know, probably the only place I've ever sat where my back truly feels taken care of. It's a marvelous, marvelous thing. And this one's been cut. And so I brought it up here in its safety pin state and figured out that because this room is so weird, I could use one of the cross beams in the ceiling. There's actually a hook in it already. And so I hung the poor shredded thing up. And I have been re-netifying the net. I don't know thing one about how these things are made. I have been figuring out as I went along. I have made mistakes. No one will ever know. But I'll tell you, one of the things I figured out was if the cotton yarn is thick enough, and if you have really good quilting thread, and if you have dumpster loads of patience, you can actually sew two pieces together. Now, I made some really killer knots early on when I was actually able to join two of the original pieces. But it didn't take long before I figured out that that was not going to work for everything. And so I wound up sewing them together. And I'm talking about wrapping and stitching and wrapping and stitching and wrapping and stitching and wrapping and stitching. Oh, and then stitching some more and then wrapping and stitching. But it's stable and I can pull on it really hard. And since it's, the weight is distributed over so many strands, I am very hopeful that it's going to work. I'll put a picture of one of these things up in the show. And if I can read the stamp, there's a wood burn stamp into the wood that says the name of the people who manufactured it. I think they were in Idaho. We bought it at a street fair, so it was like a craft fair thing. Anyway, it was heartbreaking. So one of them is up and the boys have been playing in it, and I have not gone to sit in the hammock swing yet. I am awaiting my moment of joy and success. And then I'll treat myself by sitting in this thing. So maybe by this weekend, I'll be done. It's been a week. It's been a whole week of re-netting this thing. So not that I'm bitter, Anyway, that's why I've been making nets instead of knitting or anything else. I finally started to feel like knitting again, which I think means maybe I feel like things are settling down finally. Wouldn't that be nice? Listener Christina, longtime listener Christina, because I recognize Christina's email address. She wrote in responding to episode 357, the one I recorded after Robin Williams died. And she said, since listening to this episode, I've come across 2 resources you might find interesting or helpful. First is Andrew Solomon's TED Talk on depression, based on both personal experience and research. Plus, she says, he opens with an Emily Dickinson poem. That's always a good sign, right? She also says, second, there's a lengthy Atlantic article on, and the title is Secrets of the Creative Brain. This explores the science behind the general observation of increased prevalence of mood disorders in highly creative people. Warning, this article is information dense. I had to print it out to work through these ideas, but I found it worth the effort. And Christina provided links to both of these things, so I will put these on the show notes for you as well. It's been very interesting, actually. I have gotten, just in the last couple of months, more email from 2 recent shows than I think I have ever gotten before, ever. And that was the poetry episode and the depression Robin Williams episode. I know I'm not alone. And I know that wrestling is a good verb to put with depression. And one of the comments that I've gotten over and over again is thank you for making the distinction between being sad and being depressed. Two different things. Oh, did you see the new Ken Burns documentary on Teddy, Franklin Delano, and Eleanor? It's new. I saw a preview for it on our local PBS station. It looks spectacular. Oh my gosh. I'm like chomping at the bit. You know how we've all heard that Teddy Roosevelt was a sickly child, he was a weak child, and this is why he became so competitive and blah, blah, blah. Okay, there's a picture of him. He must be 10, 11, 12, 13. And he's outside with his brother and sister, and he's wearing some kind of jersey, like a football shirt or something like that from the 19-teens, but still. And this guy is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yeah, he's still kind of skinny, but oh my gosh, he's like Gatsby gorgeous. Both Andrew and I gasped when we realized that that's who they were saying was Teddy Roosevelt in the picture. It's going to be really interesting, I think. Plus, the music will be good. So that's kind of fun. But back to our emails. So listener Jane wrote actually a little over a week ago. I wasn't able to get it into last week's podcast, but I did get it into this week's. Because here it is, writing to me about the whole compartmentalization that I mentioned, I don't know, maybe a month ago, and just how when things are very complicated and fraught and hectic, you wind up kind of having to compartmentalize things. I can't think about this right now because I will lose my mind. So instead, I'm going to focus on this thing, and I'll get back to this soon. And she said, "Hi, Heather. On one of your recent podcasts, you spoke about compartmentalization. The Daily Good newsletter featured the linked article of webs, boxes, and boundaries a few days ago. I don't know if it will be helpful to you or not. I recently retired from public school teaching, so my life is much more balanced these days. Often compartmentalization is portrayed as emotionally unhealthy. However, when I was teaching, there were times when I survived by compartmentalizing school responsibilities. Compartmentalizing helped me arrange my priorities. That's family, home, knitting, writing, teaching, friends, professional growth, church, and more. Perhaps different sources or psychologists with differing orientations view it differently. I am certainly not an expert in this area. I support the idea of working toward wholeness and integrating all aspects of my life. Given the way the workplace of today is designed and electronic connectedness, it may be healthier to find times to disconnect. I may be missing the point here, but I wanted to pass along the article. While the orientation of the Daily Good is Buddhist, and I am not, I do enjoy their newsletter. The articles remind me of the goodness that continues to exist in people all over the world. I have one more listener voicemail to play for you, and then we will move on to North and South. Here you go.
Hey, Heather, it's Tammy again. I've been thinking about calling again lately because I saw a comment from someone online somewhere and don't remember where about who was saying that they weren't interested in listening to books being read to them because it puts them to sleep or something negative. My experience with it was when we were kids, we didn't own a TV and my mom read everything to us. So I got to hear a lot of the classics read to me by my mother, like Swiss Family Robinson and, the Little House on the Prairie books and other books like that. Hello again. Looking forward to seeing you at Stitches East in just a few weeks, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
North and South. So before we get to today's chapter, there's a couple of things that we need to clear up about previous chapters. No, it's not so much clear up as it is clarify, add to, make better for the better people who listen to CraftLit. And so in effort to do that, I have an email from Kathleen Rogers. Kathleen is a longtime friend of the show and listener and friend of mine and Defarge designer and all-around awesome, smart, fabulous person. She writes, here's some of my thoughts on the anti-Irish cracks in North and South. Anti-Irish sentiment had a long history in Britain. It became especially rampant because of the quote-unquote stubborn Irish hanging on to Roman Catholicism, which was infuriating to the Protestant monarchs. If you go and look at 19th century sources, newspapers, editorial cartoons, treatises on ethnicity, you will see the Irish are routinely depicted as apes and monkeys, sometimes as pigs, referred to as an inferior race, dismissed as drunkards, and labeled white Negroes. You know the pattern? Dehumanize and destroy. Isn't history lovely? The time period of North and South was also the period of the Great Famine in Ireland, a direct result of British trade and agrarian policy. And it is quite understandable that the Irish would be welcomed by the owners as a desperate and cheap source of strike-breaking labor, and at the same time despised not only as knobsticks, but as subhuman troglodytes. The Great Famine is often depicted as the fault, quote-unquote, of the parenthetically included stupid Irish for only wanting to eat potatoes. But when you look at the British policies and the numbers of dead and dispersed as a percentage of the population, it really was a form of near genocide. Even the charitable efforts of some British organizations were tainted. If you renounced your religion, you could get the soup from a soup kitchen. Thus, the term super was an Irish term of derision. And that's S-O-U-P-E-R. On another note, regarding Mrs. Boucher, it is quite possible that the poor woman was suffering from postpartum depression, malnutrition, and exhaustion. She had 6 children under the age of 8. I find Gaskell's lack of sympathy toward her to be shocking. But if she considered her to be Irish, that would explain it. The Irish were viewed as lesser, other, and altogether lacking in what quote-unquote real people had in the way of moral fiber, moral feeling, or just plain morals. Down off my soapbox now, Kathleen. I was so glad that Kathleen sent this because, first off, her letters are always really good and important, but also, as soon as she said the thing about Mrs. Boucher, I started, wheels in the brain started to turn. And I remembered what I read about her biography of Charlotte Bronte. Now, I know I talked about this a little bit back when we did Jane Eyre, but in case you weren't listening, and in case it's just been a year and a half and you don't remember, Elizabeth Gaskell wrote the, not just at the time, but even today, uber biography of Charlotte Bronte. I mean, going back into her family history and friends and brother and sister and all this stuff. But Gaskell was also the source of a lot of misinformation. And it was really interesting because the woman who wrote the tome that I read last year when I was working on Jane Eyre, where she went back and she found things that nobody had found before, and she found letters and diaries and pieced together some really important facts about the Bronte family in general, Charlotte Bronte and her relationship with her siblings and her father, and especially about the father. So I don't know if you've heard all these things, but I certainly grew up believing that Charlotte Bronte's brother was a drunk and her father was abusive and never let them eat meat. I mean, all sorts of crazy stuff. It all goes back to Gaskell. And it turns out that Gaskell actually had access to quite a few things that this more modern researcher had access to a couple of years back. But Gaskell had never written a biography before. And you can imagine when you're trying to piece together someone's life to make meaning out of it, to make a linear story, to make a character arc out of a person's real life. That's kind of a tricky thing to do. And if you compound that by the fact that the Bronte family had 400 million thousand bazillion pieces of paper that they had written on in sub 5-point font with a quill pen, you had a kind of daunting prospect ahead of you. And so I think what happened, at least in part, was that Gaskell went into the process of writing this biography kind of with some parts of her mind already made up. And then she found Charlotte's only real friend from outside of the family, a woman who she had gone to school with, and a woman who was not real thrilled with Charlotte getting married so late in life, in her 30s, because her friend never got married. And so I think there was a little spite and malice going on there. But either way, this woman, Charlotte's oldest friend, latched on to Gaskell and promoted herself as the source of Bronte accuracy. Well, between the two of them, it didn't look good for the Brontes, because what do you do when you are a young thing, or even a 20-something thing, and you're hanging out with a friend? You complain about your parents. And then they made me do the dishes. Oh, that's so unfair. I know. You say ridiculous stuff. And so for better or worse, your friends will wind up getting kind of a one-sided vision of your life, which is kind of what happened. Gaskell did have an opportunity to go to the parsonage in Haworth and meet Mr. Bronte, I think on 2 occasions. And actually, Charlotte's husband was still living there at the time. He was also a parson. And these men are still grieving, and Gaskell comes in, and every version, there aren't many, of the story is that she was kind of cold. And she is not described that way when she is out and about in society or traveling or writing letters to people or her children. But with Mr. Bronte, she was kind of 3 guesses where Mr. Bronte was from. Right. Ireland. So when I got Kathleen's email, and we were writing back and forth, and there was a follow-up email where she said it would be really interesting to have the actual book, the text, in front of you to see if you could trace, is this Elizabeth Gaskell writing a character who is anti-Irish, but Gaskell herself isn't? Or is this Gaskell's attitude bleeding through? I am pretty firmly on the side of Gaskell having a bias that's just bleeding through. If I hadn't remembered that about Bronte, I may not have gone there. But now I'm pretty... she's a product of her time, and she's a product of her location. And we can't ask these people to be any better than what they were capable of being. I think she is remarkably open-minded and wide-viewing of so many things. It makes it hard when there's one big glaring problem in the middle of it, and you just want her to be better than she was. At least I do, because it's frustrating. But yeah, I'm pretty convinced that she didn't have a deep and abiding love for the Irish. She was not swayed by their charms. So, the other thing I wanted to share with you before we get into words and funky things that happen in the chapter is there is the subject of confinement. Cousin Edith is pregnant, and that means at some point she's going to quote unquote enter her confinement. I cannot tell you how frustrating it is to try and find details, reputable details, about women's topics from back in the day. Sometimes it is just almost impossible. So that today, after spending the last 24 hours trying to find any kind of detail on women in the Victorian era and the act of confinement around childbirth, I finally gave up and I wrote to our Victorian scholar. And Larry wrote back, I found a source that says that the period was about 2 weeks, depending on circumstances. Of course, only wealthy women had the advantage, if it was such, of a period of confinement. One of the interesting things that I did find about confinement that was repeated over and over and over again, that this act of keeping the woman protected for the last 2 or 3 weeks of pregnancy in some eras went so far as to close all the windows, close all the curtains, make sure that no outside air could get in, to make sure that no sunlight got in. And they're just supposed to lie there on the bed. And I can't think of anything that would make me crazier or more depressed faster than that, on top of the fact that you're about to go into labor. So I don't know. This is all I've been able to find. But either way, Edith is heading into her period of confinement, and that is going to affect our narrative, at least a little bit today. Last week was a bit of a surprise, or not. I don't know if you saw that coming or not. I think I was pretty surprised the first time I read it, because Mr. Hale kind of always seemed wimpy, maybe, but not on death's door. I mean, he moaned a bit, sure, but I didn't really think he was, dying or anything like that. So that was a bit of a shock. Certainly a shock to Margaret. She didn't see it coming either. So I guess I'm in good company. And this week we have whole bunches of interesting things happening. If you did see Mr. Hale's death coming, I give you mad props, yo. But there's some interesting stuff coming this week, and I would be surprised to know if you saw it coming, because I am fairly certain I did not. I was very happy when it finally showed up, but I don't think I was expecting it. So when this episode is over, please feel free to come and put some comments in the show notes or call the phone number 1-206-350-1642 and let me know what you thought about today's revelations. A listener sent me a really cool link to a St. Francis de Sales blog post. Not that the saint made the blog post. It's on a blog post called The Bearing Blog, and it's St. Francis de Sales, patron saint of to-do lists, ? Which I think is a perfectly reasonable question to ask and a perfectly reasonable thing to assign to a saint. Makes me like the man all the much more, because he seems to know that if there is anything, at least that I could use spiritual support with, it's the making of to-do lists and being forgiving of oneself when one doesn't manage to complete everything on one's to-do list. And actually that seems to be kind of what he's talking about. The blogger is writing about how she was looking at a short work of his, which was called The Spiritual Directory. She goes on to say, it's sort of a rule of life for the religious people he supervised. Only instead of specifying so many hours of work, so many hours of sleep, so many hours of prayer, etc., he specifies little acts of devotion and intention to be performed throughout the day, connected to rising, to worship, to work, to meals, to bedtime, the whole cycle of an ordinary day. It is true that the directory proposes many exercises, Francis writes, yet it is good and fitting to keep one's interior orderly and busy in the beginning. When, however, after a period of time, persons have put into practice somewhat this multiplicity of interior actions, have become formed and habituated to them and spiritually agile in their use, then the practices should coalesce into a single exercise of greater simplicity, either into a love of complacency, or a love of benevolence, or a love of confidence, or of union and reunion of the heart to the will of God. This multiplicity thus becomes unity. And I thought, oh, okay, this is his approach to everything. And that idea of just doing, and the act of doing eventually brings about this relationship with yourself, kind of this calm and forgiving relationship with yourself, and also a relationship with something outside of yourself, something bigger, God or nature, or however you look at the thing that is bigger than yourself in your life. And I thought, oh, okay, this makes sense now. This makes sense with Margaret and what Margaret needs. And the blogger goes on after that, but I thought that opening part, I went, oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it was also interesting because that's kind of a Jewish approach to prayer as well. Jewish prayers, if you've ever seen a Jewish service or anything, you've seen the Baruch Atah Adonai, the beginning of each prayer starts with blessed are you, O Lord our God, ruler of the universe, creator of, it goes on from there, creator of the fruit of the vine, creator of the haaretz, the food of the earth. There are these prayers that are commonly said in synagogue, but then there's this whole panoply of prayers for absolutely everything else. This is one of the differences between Reform and conservative and Orthodox. The more Orthodox you are, the more prayers you wind up saying. That's not the only difference. But, there's no joke. There's a prayer for when you see a rainbow. There's actually a prayer. And in some ways, that sounds like a very limiting and unspontaneous way to live life. And I suppose that could be true if that's how you approached it. On the other hand, when there's a starting point given to you, start with this prayer, and then a reminder, oh, this thing that's happening right now, this is something you should be thankful for. It puts you in a different mindset. So if you approach it as it's a rule and I have to do it and it's driving me nuts, then yeah, you're kind of missing the point. But if instead you look at it as not you, but people, a person involved in that faith, if it's looked upon as an opportunity, a reminder, a practice that eventually coalesces into a single exercise of greater simplicity. And it becomes an opportunity for that kind of complacency. I think it's the same thing with the Sabbath. In the beginning, if you take up that attitude that on the Sabbath, whatever Sabbath you celebrate, but that you take up the idea that the Sabbath is going to be a day of not working. At first, that's going to be challenging and difficult. But when it becomes just another act of devotion to letting yourself just be. And this is part of the cognitive anchoring talk, this idea that we all need that kind of opportunity to just be. Then it starts to fit and it starts to make more sense. And it also starts to make a lot more sense that is something that Margaret would have been drawn to, I think, is some kind of calm center in an otherwise really out of control and painful world that she's been part of for so long at this point. And actually, now that I start to think of it, this really is appropriate for this whole chapter, because that calm center, finding that calm center, creating a calm center through your actions happens a couple times in this chapter in very, very different ways. Isn't that lovely when everything dovetails like that? There are a few things about this chapter to know, and then there's a lot of fun stuff to talk about at the end. But one of the first things that is going to jump out at you, especially if you've been listening to the podcast for a while, is the title of this week's chapter, which is Alone, Alone. If you hearken back to the rhyme of the ancient mariner, Coleridge's poem, which we did 1,000 years ago on CraftLit. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on the wide, wide sea. And never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. I actually went back and listened to part of that particular podcast, and I said something that I still agree with, which I suppose is a good thing. And that is that Coleridge's poem, I love reading this poem, but reading it out loud, it doesn't, in our modern world, and perhaps and in my American voice, it doesn't scan well for reading out loud, which is so odd to me. Because again, it's a poem I love. It's strange, it's weird, it's whacked out. And I think also beautiful and multi-layered, but yeah, hard to read aloud well. So anyway, I have linked to, actually to both the St. Francis de Sales blog post that I referred to, and also the CraftLit episode that refers to Coleridge's Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. The other thing that happens at the beginning of this is there's a poem which I've also linked to in the show notes. It's an Elizabeth Barrett Browning poem. Lots of Browning, very popular at the time. And this one is called Substitution. And it is actually it's about what one goes through when one experiences the sudden death of someone that one loves. So kind of appropriate. Mm-hmm. You will hear Mr. Bell referred to as a resident fellow. He's at Oxford. A fellow is, as far as my understanding and memory goes, the fellows are like the professors. A resident fellow would be someone who lives within the confines of the university that they teach at. So at Balliol, there was the main quad where all the kids hung out, and where the buttery was, and where the dining hall was, and the commons rooms and the residential rooms. But prior to that, when you entered the gates of the college, there was a smaller quad, a much more attractive quad. And the rooms that circled that area, or squared around that, rectangled around that area, were the dawn halls. That was where the professors would live. If you saw Brideshead Revisited, or if you read Dorothy Sayers' Gaudy Night, pulled that out of 25 years ago, then you either watched or read about the people living in these places, these residents at Oxford, or at a university that was part of the larger Oxford University. So Mr. Bell is a resident fellow. He may still teach from time to time, or he may be kind of an emeritus dude where he's just there and functioning kind of as an advisor to other professors and to students as well. The word contumelies, we do not use this word very often. Contumelies would be insults. I'm not going to tell you who's feeling insulted, but I bet you can guess. You'll hear a reference to a hot pot for dinner. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a stew that was made in one pot and was hot. And that is everything, I think. And now I'm going to turn you loose on chapter 42, Alone, Alone. North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell.
When some beloved voice that was to you both sound and sweetness faileth suddenly, and silence, against which you dare not cry, aches round you like a strong disease and new. What hope, what help, what music will undo that silence to your sense? Mrs. Browning. The shock had been great. Margaret fell into a state of prostration, which did not show itself in sobs and tears, or even find the relief of words. She lay on the sofa, with her eyes shut, never speaking but when spoken to, and then replying in whispers. Mr. Bell was perplexed. He dared not leave her. He dared not ask her to accompany him back to Oxford, which had been one of the plans he had formed on the journey to Milton. Her physical exhaustion was evidently too complete for her to undertake any such fatigue, putting the sight that she would have to encounter out of the question. Mr. Bell sat over the fire, considering what he had better do. Margaret lay motionless and almost breathless by him. He would not leave her, even for the dinner which Dixon had prepared for him downstairs, and, with sobbing hospitality, would fain have tempted him to eat. He had a plateful of something brought up to him. In general, he was particular and dainty enough, and knew well each shade of flavor in his food. But now the deviled chicken tasted like sawdust. He minced up some of the fowl for Margaret, and peppered and salted it well. But when Dixon, following his directions, tried to feed her, the languid shake of head proved that in such a state as Margaret was in, food would only choke, not nourish her. Mr. Bell gave a great sigh, lifted up his stout old limbs, stiff with travelling, from their easy position, and followed Dixon out of the room. "I can't leave her. I must write to them at Oxford to see that the preparations are made. They can be getting on with these till I arrive. Can't Mrs. Lennox come to her? I'll write and tell her she must. The girl must have some woman friend about her, if only to talk her into a good fit of crying." Dixon was crying, enough for two, but after wiping her eyes and steadying her voice, she managed to tell Mr. Bell that Mrs. Lennox was too near her confinement to be able to undertake any journey at present. "Well, I suppose we must have Mrs. Shaw. She's come back to England, isn't she?" "Yes, sir, she's come back, but I don't think she will like to leave Mrs. Lennox at such an interesting time," said Dixon, who did not much approve of a stranger entering the household to share with her in her ruling care of Margaret. "Interesting time be—" Mr. Bell restricted himself to coughing over the end of his sentence. "She could be content to be at Venice or Naples or some of those popish places at the last interesting time, which took place in Corfu, I think. And what does that little prosperous woman's interesting time signify in comparison with that poor creature there, that helpless, homeless, friendless Margaret, lying as still on that sofa as if it were an altar tomb, and she the stone statue on it? I tell you Mrs. Shaw shall come. See that a room or whatever she wants is got ready for her by tomorrow night. I'll take care she comes." Accordingly, Mr. Bell wrote a letter which Mrs. Shaw declared with many tears to be so like one of the dear generals when he was going to have a fit of the gout that she should always value and preserve it. If he had given her the option, by requesting or urging her as if a refusal were possible, she might not have come, true and sincere as was her sympathy with Margaret. It needed the sharp, uncourteous command to make her conquer her vis inertiae and allow herself to be packed by her maid after the latter had completed the boxes. Edith, all cap, shawls, and tears, came out to the top of the stairs as Captain Lennox was taking her mother down to the carriage. "Don't forget, Mamma, Margaret must come and live with us. Sholto will go to Oxford on Wednesday, and you must send word by Mr. Bell to him when we're to expect you. And if you want Sholto, he can go on from Oxford to Milton. Don't forget, Mamma, you are to bring back Margaret." Edith re-entered the drawing-room. Mr. Henry Lennox was there, cutting open the pages of a new review. Without lifting his head, he said, "If you don't like Sholto to be so long absent from you, Edith, I hope you will let me go down to Milton and give what assistance I can." "Oh, thank you," said Edith. "I dare say old Mr. Bell will do everything he can, and more help may not be needed. Only one does not look for much savoir-faire from a resident fellow. Dear, darling Margaret, won't it be nice to have her here again? You were both great allies years ago." "Were we?" asked he indifferently, with an appearance of being interested in a passage in the review. Well, perhaps not. I forget. I was so full of Sholto, but doesn't it fall out well that if my uncle was to die, it should be just now, when we are come home and settled in the old house and quite ready to receive Margaret? Poor thing! What a change it will be to her from Milton. I'll have new chintz for her bedroom, and make it look new and bright, and cheer her up a little. In the same spirit of kindness, Mrs. Shaw journeyed to Milton, occasionally dreading the first meeting and wondering how it would be got over, but more frequently planning how soon she could get Margaret away from that horrid place and back into the pleasant comforts of Harley Street. "Oh, dear," she said to her maid, "look at those chimneys. My poor sister Hale. I don't think I could have rested at Naples if I had known what it was. I must have come and fetched her and Margaret away." And to herself she acknowledged that she had always thought her brother-in-law rather a weak man, but never so weak as now, when she saw for what a place he had exchanged the lovely Helstone home. Margaret had remained in the same state, white, motionless, speechless, tearless. They had told her that her Aunt Shaw was coming, but she had not expressed either surprise or pleasure or dislike to the idea. Mr. Bell, whose appetite had returned and who appreciated Dixon's endeavours to gratify it, in vain urged upon her to taste some sweetbread stewed with oysters. She shook her head with the same quiet obstinacy as on the previous day, and he was obliged to console himself for her rejection by eating them all himself. But Margaret was the first to hear the stopping of the cab that brought her aunt from the railway station. Her eyelids quivered, her lips coloured and trembled. Mr. Bell went down to meet Mrs. Shaw, and when they came up, Margaret was standing, trying to steady her dizzy self, and when she saw her aunt, she went forward to the arms open to receive her, and first found the passionate relief of tears on her aunt's shoulder. All thoughts of quiet, habitual love, of tenderness for years, of relationship to the dead, all that inexplicable likeness in look, tone, and gesture that seemed to belong to one family, and which reminded Margaret so forcibly at this moment of her mother, came in to melt and soften her numbed heart into the overflow of warm tears. Mr. Bell stole out of the room and went down into the study, where he ordered a fire and tried to divert his thoughts by taking down and examining the different books. Each volume brought a remembrance or a suggestion of his dead friend. It might be a change of employment from his 2 days' work of watching Margaret, but it was no change of thought. He was glad to catch the sound of Mr. Thornton's voice making enquiry at the door. Dixon was rather cavalierly dismissing him, for with the appearance of Mrs. Shaw's maid came visions of former grandeur, of the Beresford blood, of the station, so she was pleased to term it, from which her young lady had been ousted, and to which she was now, please God, to be restored. These visions, which she had been dwelling on with complacency in her conversation with Mrs. Shaw's maid, skilfully eliciting meanwhile all the circumstances of state and consequence connected with the Harley Street establishment for the edification of the listening Martha, made Dixon rather inclined to be supercilious in her treatment of any inhabitant of Milton. So, though she always stood rather in awe of Mr. Thornton, she was as curt as she durst be in telling him that he could see none of the inmates of the house that night. It was rather uncomfortable to be contradicted in her statement by Mr. Bell's opening the study door and calling out, "Thornton, is that you? Come in for a minute or two. I want to speak to you." So Mr. Thornton went into the study, and Dixon had to retreat into the kitchen and reinstate herself in her own esteem by a prodigious story of Sir John Beresford's coach and six when he was High Sheriff. "I don't know what I wanted to say to you after all. Only it's dull enough to sit in a room where everything speaks to you of a dead friend. Yet Margaret and her aunt must have the drawing-room to themselves." Is her aunt come?" asked Mr. Thornton. "Come? Yes, maid and all. One would have thought she might have come by herself at such a time. And now I shall have to turn out and find my way to the Clarendon." "You must not go to the Clarendon. We have 5 or 6 empty bedrooms at home." "Well aired?" "I think you may trust my mother for that." "Then I'll only run upstairs and wish that wan girl good night and make my bow to her aunt and go off with you straight." Mr. Bell was some time upstairs. Mr. Thornton began to think it long, for he was full of business and had hardly been able to spare the time for running up to Crampton and inquiring how Miss Hale was. When they had set out upon their walk, Mr. Bell said, "I was kept by those women in the drawing-room. Mrs. Shaw is anxious to get home on account of her daughter, she says, and wants Margaret to go off with her at once. Now, she is no more fit for travelling than I am for flying. Besides, she says, and very justly, that she has friends she must see, that she must wish good-bye to several people, and then her aunt worried her about old claims, and was she forgetful of old friends. And she said, with a great burst of crying, she should be glad enough to go from a place where she had suffered so much. Now I must return to Oxford tomorrow, and I don't know on which side of the scale to throw in my voice." He paused as if asking a question, but he received no answer from his companion, the echo of whose thoughts kept repeating, "Where she had suffered so much." Alas! And that was the way in which this 18 months in Milton, to him so unspeakably precious, down to its very bitterness, which was worth all the rest of life's sweetness, would be remembered. Neither loss of father nor loss of mother, dear as she was to Mr. Thornton, could have poisoned the remembrance of the weeks, the days, the hours, when a walk of 2 miles, every step of which was pleasant as it brought him nearer and nearer to her, took him to her sweet presence, every step of which was rich, as each recurring moment that bore him away from her made him recall some fresh grace in her demeanour or pleasant pungency in her character. Yes, whatever had happened to him external to his relation to her, he could never have spoken of that time when he could have seen her every day, when he had her within his grasp, as it were, as a time of suffering. It had been a royal time of luxury to him, with all its stings and contumelies, compared to the poverty that crept round and clipped the anticipation of the future down to sordid fact and life without an atmosphere of either hope or fear. Mrs. Thornton and Fanny were in the dining-room, the latter in a flutter of small exultation as the maid held up one glossy material after another to try the effect of the wedding dresses by candlelight. Her mother really tried to sympathize with her, but could not. Neither taste nor dress were in her line of subjects, and she heartily wished that Fanny had accepted her brother's offer of having the wedding clothes provided by some first-rate London dressmaker, without the endless troublesome discussions and unsettled wavering that arose out of Fanny's desire to choose and superintend everything herself. Mr. Thornton was only too glad to mark his grateful approbation of any sensible man who could be captivated by Fanny's second-rate airs and graces, by giving her ample means for providing herself with the finery which certainly rivaled, if it did not exceed, the lover in her estimation. When her brother and Mr. Bell came in, Fanny blushed and simpered and fluttered over the signs of her employment, in a way which could not have failed to draw attention from anyone else but Mr. Bell. If he thought about her and her silks and satins at all, it was to compare her and them with the pale sorrow he had left behind him, sitting motionless, with bent head and folded hands, in a room where the stillness was so great that you might almost fancy the rush in your straining ears was occasioned by the spirits of the dead yet hovering round their beloved. For when Mr. Bell had first gone upstairs, Mrs. Shaw lay asleep on the sofa, and no sound broke the silence. Mrs. Thornton gave Mr. Bell her formal, hospitable welcome. She was never so gracious as when receiving her son's friends in her son's house, and the more unexpected they were, the more honour to her admirable housekeeping preparations for comfort. "How is Miss Ale?" she asked. "About as broken down by this last stroke as she can be." "I'm sure it is very well for her that she has such a friend as you." "I wish I were her only friend, madam. I dare say it sounds very brutal, but here I have been displaced and turned out of my post of comforter and adviser by a fine lady aunt, and there are cousins and what not claiming her in London as if she were a lapdog belonging to them, and she is too weak and miserable to have a will of her own." "She must indeed be weak," said Mrs. Thornton, with an implied meaning which her son understood well. "But where," continued Mrs. Thornton, "have these relations been all this time that Miss Ale has appeared almost friendless, and has certainly had a good deal of anxiety to bear?" But she did not feel interest enough in the answer to her question to wait for it. She left the room to make her household arrangements. "They have been living abroad. They have some kind of claim upon her. I will do them that justice. The aunt brought her up, and she and the cousin have been like sisters. The thing vexing me, you see, is that I wanted to take her for a child of my own, and I am jealous of these people who don't seem to value the privilege of their right. Now, it would be different if Frederick claimed her." "Frederick?" exclaimed Mr. Thornton. "Who is he? What right?" He stopped short in his vehement question. "Frederick," said Mr. Bell in surprise. "Why, don't you know? He's her brother. Have you not heard?" "I never heard his name before. Where is he? Who is he?" "Surely I told you about him when the family first came to Milton, the son who was concerned in that mutiny." "I never heard of him till this moment. Where does he live?" "In Spain. He's liable to be arrested the moment he sets foot on English ground. Poor fellow, he will grieve at not being able to attend his father's funeral. We must be content with Captain Lennox, for I don't know of any other relation to summon." "I hope I may be allowed to go." "Certainly, thankfully. You're a good fellow after all, Thornton. Hale liked you. He spoke to me only the other day about you at Oxford. He regretted he had seen so little of you lately. I am obliged to you for wishing to show him respect." "But about Frederick, does he never come to England?" "Never." "He was not over here about the time of Mrs. Ale's death?" "No. Why, I was here then. I hadn't seen Hale for years and years, and, if you remember, I came. No, it was some time after that I came. But poor Frederick Hale was not here then. What made you think he was?" "I saw a young man walking with Miss Ale one day," replied Mr. Thornton, "and I think it was about that time." "Oh, that would be this young Lennox, the captain's brother. He's a lawyer, and they were in pretty constant correspondence with him, and I remember Mr. Hale told me he thought he would come down. Do you know," said Mr. Bell, wheeling around and shutting one eye, the better to bring the forces of the other to bear with keen scrutiny on Mr. Thornton's face, "that I once fancied you had a little tenderness for Margaret?" No answer, no change of countenance. "And so did poor Hale. Not at first, and not till I had put it into his head." "I admired Miss Ale. Every one must do so. She is a beautiful creature," said Mr. Thornton, driven to bay by Mr. Bell's pertinacious questioning. "Is that all? You can speak of her in that measured way as simply a beautiful creature, only something to catch the eye. I did hope you had nobleness enough in you to make you pay her the homage of the heart, though I believe, in fact I know, she would have rejected you. Still, to have loved her without return would have lifted you higher than all those, be they who they may, that have never known her to love. Beautiful creature, indeed. Do you speak of her as you would of a horse or a dog?" Mr. Thornton's eyes glowed like red embers. "Mr. Bell," said he, "before you speak so, you should remember that all men are not as free to express what they feel as you are. Let us talk of something else." For though his heart leapt up, as at a trumpet call, to every word that Mr. Bell had said, and though he knew that what he had said would henceforward bind the thought of the old Oxford fellow closely up with the most precious things of his heart, yet he would not be forced into any expression of what he felt towards Margaret. He was no mocking-bird of praise, to try, because another extolled what he reverenced and passionately loved, to outdo him in laudation. So he turned to some of the dry matters of business that lay between Mr. Bell and him, as landlord and tenant. "What is that heap of brick and mortar we came against in the yard? Any repairs wanted?" "No, none, thank you." "Are you building on your own account? If you are, I'm very much obliged to you." "I'm building a dining room, for the men, the Anns." "I thought you were hard to please, if this room wasn't good enough to satisfy you, a bachelor." "I've got acquainted with a strange kind of chap, and I put 1 or 2 children in whom he is interested to school. So, as I happened to be passing near his house one day, I just went there about some trifling payment to be made, and I saw such a miserable black frizzle of a dinner, a greasy cinder of meat, as first set me a-thinking. But it was not till provisions grew so high this winter that I bethought me how, by buying things wholesale and cooking a good quantity of provisions together, much money might be saved and much comfort gained. So I spoke to my friend, or my enemy, the man I told you of, and he found fault with every detail of my plan, and in consequence I laid it aside both as impracticable and also because if I forced it into operation, I should be interfering with the independence of my men, when suddenly this Higgins came to me and graciously signified his approval of a scheme so nearly the same as mine that I might fairly have claimed it, and, moreover, the approval of several of his fellow workmen to whom he had spoken. I was a little riled, I confess, by his manner, and thought of throwing the whole thing overboard to sink or swim. But it seemed childish to relinquish a plan which I had once thought wise and well laid, just because I myself did not receive all the honour and consequence due to the originator. So I coolly took the part assigned to me, which is something like that of a steward to a club. I buy in the provisions wholesale, and provide a fitting matron or cook. I hope you give satisfaction in your new capacity. Are you a good judge of potatoes and onions? But I suppose Mrs. Thornton assists you in your marketing." "Not a bit," replied Mr. Thornton. "She disapproves of the whole plan, and now we never mention it to each other. But I manage pretty well, getting in great stocks from Liverpool and being served in butcher's meat by our own family butcher. I can assure you, the hot dinners the matron turns out are by no means to be despised." "Do you taste each dish as it goes in virtue of your office? I hope you have a white wand." I was very scrupulous at first in confining myself to the mere purchasing part, and even in that I rather obeyed the men's orders conveyed through the housekeeper than went by my own judgment. At one time the beef was too large, at another the mutton was not fat enough. I think they saw how careful I was to leave them free and not to intrude my own ideas upon them, so one day 2 or 3 of the men, my friend Higgins among 'em, asked me if I would not come in and take a snack. It was a very busy day, but I saw that the men would be hurt if, after making the advance, I didn't meet them halfway. So I went in, and I never made a better dinner in my life. I told them, my next neighbours, I mean, for I'm no speechmaker, how much I'd enjoyed it, and for some time, whenever that especial dinner recurred in their dietary, I was sure to be met by these men with a, "Master, there's hot pot for dinner today, when you come?" If they had not asked me, I would no more have intruded on them than I'd have gone to the mess at the barracks without invitation. I should think you were rather a restraint on your host's conversation. They can't abuse the masters while you're there. I suspect they take it out on non-hot pot days. Well, hitherto we've stayed clear of all vexed questions. But if any of the old disputes came up again, I would certainly speak out my mind next hot pot day. But you are hardly acquainted with our Darkshire fellas, for all you're a Darkshire man yourself. They have such a sense of humour, and such a racy mode of expression. I'm getting really to know some of them now, and they talk pretty freely before me. Nothing like the act of eating for equalizing men. Dying is nothing to it. The philosopher dies sententiously, the Pharisee ostentatiously, the simple-hearted humbly, the poor idiot blindly, as the sparrow falls to the ground. The philosopher and idiot, publican and Pharisee, all eat after the same fashion, given an equally good digestion. There's theory for you. Indeed, I have no theory. I hate theories. I beg your pardon. To show my penitence, will you accept a £10 note towards your marketing and give the poor fellows a feast? Thank you, but I'd rather not. They pay me rent for the oven and cooking places at the back of the mill, and we'll have to pay more for the new dining room. I don't want it to fall into a charity. I don't want donations. Once let in the principle, and I should have people going and talking and spoiling the simplicity of the whole thing. People will talk about any new plan. You can't help that. My enemies, if I have any, may make a philanthropic fuss about this dinner scheme, but you are a friend, and I expect you will pay my experiment the respect to silence. It is but a new broom at present, and sweeps clean enough. But by and by we shall meet with plenty of stumbling blocks, no doubt.
Okay, right? So that was a ton of stuff. Aunt Shaw is here. She's going to take Margaret back. Margaret has said that she had a miserable time the whole time she was in Milton, and now Thornton is heartbroken. Fanny continues to be a twit, although it cracked me up, because in this case, I am absolutely 1,000% with Mrs. Thornton. I would have been so bored watching Fanny go through all those clothes. I'm not a shopper. Belle, and the way he talked to Thornton about love, did he scream, "I am a bachelor and don't know what I'm talking about"? Holy cow. That just, I thought, wow, you're trying to hurt this man. That's not nice. And did you pick up on Belle's attitude towards Aunt Shaw? It made me think, I wonder what Mr. Hale was saying about Aunt Shaw to Mr. Bell. Because how else would Bell have had any kind of an opinion on Aunt Shaw except through Mr. Hale? I don't know. I might be projecting, but I kind of think that the way that women have stitch and bitch sessions, the men must have their own variety of it. And Shaw was a topic of conversation for these two men. And then there was one obscure comment, and I have been trying to find the fact behind it. And it's kind of driving me nuts. When Edith went in to talk to Henry Lennox, he was cutting apart the pages of his journal. Now, I know that this has something to do with the way things were printed and folded. that you had to slice the pages to open them. But I cannot for the life of me find or remember how, why, and what. So if anybody has that information, please call in 1-206-350-1642. All right, have a great week. We have another fantastic chapter for you next week. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
362, chapters 43 and 44. Welcome to CraftLit, the podcast for crafters who love books. My name is Heather Ordover, and I'm podcasting from where the Delaware River meets the Old York Road, New Hope, Pennsylvania. Episode 362, Goodwill. Well, hello. I am full of goodwill this week. And by that, I mean, not only am I full of goodwill, but I am full of things to take to the Goodwill. That has been our fall cleaning adventure. We are getting rid of all of the things that we probably should have gotten rid of when we moved from Virginia to Pennsylvania. But there is something to be said for having a basement big enough to spread everything out in, because all of a sudden we're looking at stuff going, wait, what? How long have we had? Do you remember when we got this? I don't even know what that is. So Goodwill it is. Or actually, it looks like the school is having a rummage sale of some sort as a fundraiser. So I may just hand everything over to them anonymously, of course, because I have a 9th grader now, and one cannot be identified as having given anything to one's school's rummage sale. Things have gotten off to a good start. New microphone, new preamp, new headphones that fit. I've been saving up because it needed to happen. And lots of recording to do, lots of writing to do, lots of things to do. But it all seems to be going the right direction, so I can't complain. I mean, I can complain. God knows, I can complain. But I don't think I will. Not this week. However, thinking about the Goodwill makes me think of Bookmans. And thinking about Bookmans makes me very sad, because those of you who are on Facebook with me probably saw me post in horror the fact that my 14-year-old, he walked in the door yesterday and said, "Oh, by the way, Mom, I need a TI-84 calculator, graphing calculator." I don't know if you've had to purchase one recently. My last calculator was a TI-30, which I know is a horror and dates me horribly. A TI-30, no joke, it's called a pocket slide rule calculator. I got this as part of a thing that they did at the University of Arizona way back in the days of the woolly mammoths. What was it for? Oh, it was a Women in Science and Engineering thing. They were trying to encourage girls to go into engineering, and so they brought us in for 3 days to work with university professors and grad students who taught us real math, engineering math. We had to do something like calculate how to build a bridge out of stone, so we had to calculate weight and height and load-bearing stuff and keystone angles and all sorts of crazy stuff. So I still have that calculator, which works just fine, but it doesn't graph anything. So, yeah. So I put the call out on Facebook, and Babette in Virginia had one that her children are no longer using. So yay, Babette. And that is winging its way to me. But boy, if I was still in Tucson and could go to Bookman's, the best used bookstore, I think on the planet, actually, it would have been much easier. And Unique in Virginia. We had a thrift store named Unique, which was fantastic because all of the really rich people who we lived not too far from in our little poverty pocket of Northern Virginia, they all took their clothes to this one particular thrift store, which meant you could get an Ann Taylor suit for $7, maybe. And they also had electronics there as well. So, yeah, good times. Really, really nice to have been able to do that back then. But there are benefits to Pennsylvania, like the weather. It's gorgeous right now. Fall is just starting to poke its head in. Really cold mornings, really pretty days. And since nothing puts me in a bad mood faster than a hot and humid day, and since, as my husband is fond of saying, ain't no one happy if Mama's not happy, everybody's happy now. Because Mom is happy. And now high on the list of really cool things to share with you comes a phone call from listener Jennifer in Ohio. This is really awesome stuff about a mook. Here you go.
Hi, Heather. This is Jennifer in Ohio, and I called to share some information with you and the CraftLit listeners that might be of interest to some people. When you lived in Tucson, I sent something from your Amazon wish list to you as a thank you for all of the work you do to make CraftLit happen. And what I sent to you was the DVD of Little House on the Prairie. I wanted to share with you that beginning September 27th, Missouri State is offering a free online course regarding the books and influence of Laura Ingalls Wilder. It's a MOOC, which is a massive open online course. It's free, and you can find it by putting into Google, put in Laura Ingalls Wilder online course, or Laura Ingalls Wilder Missouri State class, or Canvas.net is the platform upon which the class is going to be offered, and you also could probably look it up on that site. I just wanted to share this with you and the CraftLit listeners if you wish to share it with them. And I just wanted to thank you for all that you do. I have been listening to you since very near the beginning and have followed you from the Hudson Valley to Tucson to Virginia and now to Pennsylvania. I hope that you're getting settled. And even when life is busy and I don't get to listen to all of the books that are being discussed, I always take a few minutes to listen to what's going on in your life and just consider you a friend and hope things are going well. I hope you have a great day, and if you think this would be of interest, please pass it on, and maybe I'll see some other CraftLit fans in the forums to discuss her books. I hope that you have a great day.
So, Laura Ingalls Wilder, she was in the news recently. The uncleaned up version of her Little House in the Big Woods book. My husband told me about it, and then it flashed by while I was in the middle of a really brutal deadline, and I don't remember. I suppose I could go research that, but I think I'll wait and try and take the MOOC. These are in the news right now, massive open online courses, because, you know, schools like Harvard and Stanford and places like that, I think Penn State are all doing these, and you can go learn all sorts of stuff. You could go learn literature, or you could listen to CraftLit and hear from listeners like Heather, no affiliation or relation.
Hey there, Heather. This is Heather Eclipse on Ravelry, and I hope you'll forgive me. I've got a little bit of a cold that I'm getting over, but I was listening to your episode talking about the impulse to make things with our hands. And it reminded me of a section of a poem called Mythopoeia that Tolkien wrote. Tolkien had an opinion about that impulse also. He attributed it to God. And I just think that this section of the poem is really beautiful and wonderful. I found it out of a biography on him, but it's also available on the internet. And the section starts, "The heart of man is not compound of lies, but draws some wisdom from the only wise, and still recalls him. Though now long estranged, man is not wholly lost, nor wholly changed. Disgraced he may be, yet is not dethroned, and keeps the rags of lordship once he owned. His world dominion by creative act, not his to worship the great artifact. Man sub-creator, the refracted light, through whom is splintered from a single white to many hues and endlessly combined in living shapes that move from mind to mind. Though all the crannies of the world we filled with elves and goblins, though we dared to build gods and their houses out of dark and light, and sowed the seeds of dragons, 'twas our right, used or misused, that right has not decayed. We make still by the law in which we're made. Anyway, I just love that, and I thought I'd share it with you and all the listeners. Thanks. Bye.
So that poem intrigued me, and that's a section of the poem. Book talk. I got I got three fantastic responses for you from listeners about confinement and about cutting your journal. Here is the first email. This comes from Michelle, who wrote in, the subject line is printing in signatures, which completely baffled me, and I had no idea what I was about to read. But she said, "Hi, Heather. Here's everything you never wanted to know about why Mr. Lennox and Victorians had to cut their book pages by hand. Pages are printed in signatures." And then she sent two different graphics. One of the way to understand how the paper is laid out when you print like this, and the other is to see the anatomy of a hardcover book. Michelle goes on to say, basically, in order to put fewer sheets through a printer for efficiency, one very large piece of paper is printed on both sides and then folded. If you think of a stapled booklet, you'd have a sheet folded in two and stapled in the middle to make 4 pages. In printing, that would be called a quarto. If the same size sheet were folded twice, the pages would be smaller, and each sheet would make 8 pages, hence octavo. To make octavo pages, some of them have to be printed upside down so that when the signature is folded, the pages come out facing the right way. The arrangement of the pages on the large sheet is called the imposition. It's all done on computer now, but in old books you can sometimes find a page printed upside down if it was done improperly. Modern books are printed on huge sheets and folded 16 or 32 times. This is why book publishers go nuts when an author's book goes, quote unquote, over a signature or isn't an even multiple of pages. You can't add 1 or 2 pages to a printed book. You have to add 16 or 32, depending on what size press you're printing on. If you look at a properly bound hardback book, you can see at the back edge of the pages by the spine, the folds that are glued together to create the spine. They're glued to a piece of fabric called a liner and secured with a headband that is then secured to the end papers of the cover. If you open the book to the center of one of those groups of pages, you'll be able to see the thread that secured the signature when it was folded. For a modern book, the signatures come off press, are secured in the center, folded, and then put through a gargantuan paper cutter, aptly referred to as a guillotine, that trims the edges. This is necessary because with so many folds, some of them are on the outside edges. Unless the edges are trimmed, you wouldn't be able to read the pages inside those folds. If you have a handmade book, the page trim will not be so clean and even because the pages will have been cut by hand. In Victorian times, one would have bought the book and specified the binding, paper or cloth, if you weren't so well off. Leathers of various qualities if you were better off and wanted all of your books possibly to match. Embossing, perhaps a gilt trim. When you received the book, the pages would probably not have been cut yet. So using something like a letter opener, but sharper, you would slice through the edges so that your pages could all open. This is a long, geeky explanation, but I just love this stuff. Michelle. So this is fantastic because this is exactly what I had a vague memory of, and I could not put my finger on it with any degree of certainty. And now I realize that part of the problem was I didn't remember what it was actually called. I remembered the quarto thing. I remembered that term, that kind of Shakespearean term. In my mind, it's a Shakespearean term, but I could not put my finger on it. And I knew that someone who listened would be a super genius. So now you know. And I know lots of you have done bookmaking and bookbinding and stuff. And I think a lot of us, especially if we have children, have probably wound up folding together 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper and stitching through them. And in fact, I'm linking you to a couple of sites on the show notes for this week that have instructions for making simple little books, but also, not just that, many years ago, back when we were in Tucson and before the first Defarge book came out, I had found a really cool website template thing for how to make these little mini books. And it was exactly this information, but they had different terminology for it. I'm going to see if I can find that link and add that as well, because that was kind of fun. And it was a good, we're stuck at home during the winter and the lights are off. So I guess we need to do something. Hey, let's make a book. Now, we also got an email on the same topic from Maya, and she says, Heather, you asked in the podcast this week about why Lennox would be cutting the pages to his journal. You probably have had loads of replies to this by now, but in case you haven't, this is my understanding. It is to do with how they used to produce books, printing several pages onto big sheets of paper which were then folded and stitched. This would mean that some of the printing would be on the inside of the folded page. Sometimes pages would be hand cut by the printer before being sold, but sometimes they were left for the buyer of the book to slice open themselves. For things like journals, this was probably more often the case, as it would make them quicker and cheaper to produce. I have a feeling books are still printed and constructed in a similar way, and Maya was right, but with big mechanical cutting machines, they no longer need to be finished by hand. I have certainly made hand-bound books by folding paper like a fan or a concertina and then slicing the pages open, and she included a picture that I can show you. Anyway, there's a Wikipedia article about book construction here, and I will provide that link for you as well. And so that came to us from Maya. And once you see the picture of her handmade book, you'll know exactly what I was talking about things that we have all either done or seen or experienced, but hers is much better than mine. Although my aunt also has made phenomenal books like this. She made me for Christmas one year a book like the one you'll see from Maya that had accordion fold pockets on the inside. It's in a box somewhere. If I can find it, I'll take a picture of it. And inside she had put my great-grandmother's recipes, cooking recipes that we have, and knitting and crochet patterns. Just, these things that my great-grandmother had written out in her tiny, tiny penmanship on index cards, and that my aunt has in her possession. So she was able to make photocopies for me, and it is one of those totally precious things that you can't replace. So that is all the cool 411 on bookbinding. The third email we got is from Emily, and this one is on confinement. And I think we're all going to be a little jealous of Emily after I finish reading this to you. She writes, Hi, Heather. I'm a longtime listener of the podcast, but this is my first time writing in. I work at the Merchants House Museum in Manhattan, which is New York City's only family home from the 19th century, preserved intact, both inside and out. The row house was built in 1832, and the family who lived there moved in 1835. The family's youngest daughter, Gertrude, was born in the house in 1840 and lived there until her death in 1933, nearly 100 years after her father purchased the home. The house opened to the public as a museum in 1936, complete with all of the family's original furniture, personal belongings, and even their clothing. After hearing you mention on this week's podcast that you had trouble finding very much information about confinement, I turned to our museum historian's recent book on mid-19th century domestic life in New York City, where there was apparently no social rule prohibiting pregnant women from appearing in public. Women typically remained in confinement for about a month after the baby was born, as it was considered vulgar to appear to recover too quickly. And you will hear an allusion to that fact today in our chapters. If social rules were similar in London at the same time, it is possibly Edith's impending confinement that will begin with labor and delivery, rather than a prescribed length of time beforehand. That also explains why Aunt Shaw is in such a hurry to get back. If she really thinks Edith could go into labor at any time, rather than in another 2 or 3 weeks, she'd certainly be more anxious to return to London as soon as possible. Also interesting, and I found this in my research too, or my attempted and then aborted research, physicians were taking the place of midwives in middle and upper-class urban families by the 1830s. However, as a rule, they were not consulted until the time of delivery. Husbands were typically present at the birth. It was not until much later that they would be deemed a nuisance in the delivery room. Over time, the number of female supporters, such as a mother or a married sister, diminished in favor of the professional doctor and nurse, and, of course, the husband. And so I think there must have been some kind of a pre-birth giving part of the confinement, because I know I've read that or something about that, alluding to that, including that kind of thing in other books. But there is absolutely a reference to Edith today, in today's chapters, being kind of anxious to get out of her confinement and be able to go to parties again, kind of Scarlet-like in her state of not really mourning while she's mourning in Gone with the Wind. So our chapters today are interesting because we are now at this crossroads in the book. And for the people who were at the Bleak House discussion that we had over at the vocal site, Vanessa mentioned that we were getting very close to the point at which Elizabeth Gaskell's ending and what Charles Dickens wanted her ending to be started to diverge, and that you would be able to see where Gaskell had wanted to end the book. And then Dickens had come after her and said, you think you're going to do what? So we're getting close to that point. But the other thing that we are actually on top of is that chapter 43 is the last chapter that appears in its entirety as it was presented in Household Words. From this point out, Gaskell went in and tinkered with the rest of the chapters. Beyond the whole conversation with Charles Dickens, she went in and tinkered with these when she re-released the book as a book, a bound book, a book made of signatures. And you are going to start to be able to tell in chapter 44. There's a specific moment that just jumped out at me and I went, oh, this is, well, that was a little different. And it's not a huge sea change. I honestly think if we hadn't seen any notation, or if I hadn't informed you about this, none of us would have necessarily noticed that this was happening. So to set the stage for today's chapters, at the end of the last chapter, Thornton and Bell were talking about Thornton's new setup with Higgins and the other men at his factory, which was a very interesting and I thought very political thing for Elizabeth Gaskell to promote as a possible solution, a way to kind of bring the men and the meeting of the minds kind of thing together in one, not just place, but place that was beneficial, certainly to the men, but also beneficial in the long run to the masters, because the better fed they are, the better fed the workers are, the more and better they will be able to work for you, which seems like it's a no-brainer, but clearly was a revolutionary idea. Well, now we have to pick up with Mr. Hale's death. So the funeral is happening. It's happening down in Oxford. Margaret is not going. Men are going. I think we've talked before that this was not a thing that women did. Typically in the Victorian era, they didn't attend the funerals. So we have Margaret, we have Aunt Shaw, we have Dixon, we have Mr. Bell, who is helping to orchestrate everything. And then we have Margaret about to leave. And that's a tough thing to handle when you're already crazy depressed about your father having just passed away, scant months after your mother did. And so in 43, we will hear one mention that Edith has had a little boy, and that is it. And there is no discussion of childbirth. There is no mention that she gave birth. Just, it's kind of like I Love Lucy. Well, you can be pregnant, but we can't actually say the word pregnant or birth or pregnancy or anything that might make people think about how babies come into the world. And so that's our chapter 43, and it's fairly simple and straightforward. Chapter 44 is where interesting things start to happen. Well, actually, in 43 too, in both of the chapters today, I have found the little poem snippets that Gaskell has put at the front to be very interesting. And one of them, I believe, could be paraphrased in modern parlance to come to nothing more than same stuff, different day. And it's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is what the first poetry snippet at the beginning of 44 is actually communicating. And then there's a very interesting set of references, both in chapter 44. The first is to Vashti, or Vashti, Vashti, Queen Vashti, and Mordecai. And for those of you who know your Bible, these are characters in the book of Esther in the Old Testament. And this is really, I think, a little bit subversive. Queen Vashti was King Ahasuerus' queen. His historical counterpart, evidently, is Xerxes, just to kind of put this in the great timeline of things for you. He, at one point, was, I guess, having a party and probably drinking a little and said, Paige, get Queen Vashti in here on the double, toot sweet. The page goes off to get Queen Vashti, and Vashti says, he wants me to what? When? I am not going to go put my face out on display for drunken him to show me off like a thing. I'm done. I've had it. The end. News gets back to Ahasuerus. Ahasuerus is kind of ticked. He asks his advisors, wow, what should I do? She's refusing me. And the advisors say, dude, this is bad news. If news of this gets out, women are going to start refusing to do what their husbands tell them to all over the land. Can you imagine the damage that could be done from this? You have no choice. You have to get rid of her. So Ahasuerus, listening to his guys, says, Queen Vashti, I am done with you. Bah. And then the story of Esther takes over, and there's a new search for a new queen, and she has to be the most beautiful person in the world, and it's Queen Esther, and Esther happens to be Jewish, which could be a problem, perhaps, in this land that we're in right now. And Esther has an uncle, Mordecai. Mordecai is also interesting because there's another player in the larger picture in the book of Esther, and that is Haman. If you've ever seen the little tri-cornered hat cookies are called Hamantaschen because for some reason Haman was supposed to have a hat like that. I don't know, his nose like that. Who knows? It has been done forever. And so that's what people do, and that's why it's called Hamantaschen. But after the king finds Esther and they're married and all of this, Mordecai, her uncle, the guy who raised her, he was sitting outside the gates and he heard people plotting the death of the king, Ahasuerus. So he reports that to Esther. Esther reports it to the king, saves his life. Everybody's very happy. Esther has now proven herself to be a devoted and good wife. But shortly thereafter, the king's vizier, this guy, Haman, is promoted. And he's promoted to a level that everyone in the kingdom is ordered, commanded to bow down to him, to Haman. Mordecai refuses and says he will bow down to no one except his God. This is monotheistic guy, polytheistic world. I will not bow down to this dude, Haman. Mordecai is going to get in trouble. Mordecai is going to get everybody in trouble. And the king Ahasuerus decides that he is going to kill all the Jews because of Mordecai. I am rapidly truncating this story. At some point, you should probably go read the real book, the whole Megillah of Esther. That's where it comes from. Mordecai tells Esther, in order to save the Jewish people, she needs to go to the king, present herself, which is something she is not supposed to do, unbidden. She's only supposed to show up when he asks her to. It's punishable by death not to do that. She is supposed to show up and say, please spare people. Or if you're not going to spare them, remember that you have to kill me too. At which point the king goes, wow, that's probably not such a great idea, and relinquishes it, and Haman gets punished, and life is good for everyone, except that the end of the book of Esther is kind of bloody and distressing, and that's a midrash for a different day. The Jewish storytelling about the stories in the Torah and the Haftarah, the book of the prophets. But Mordecai is brought up because people are supposed to bow down to Edith's beauty. And so a guy who wouldn't bow down to Edith's beauty would or could be compared to a Mordecai. So beginning of the chapter, we get Vashti. End of the chapter, we get Mordecai. In between, we have a French term, du billet, D-U-B-I-L-L-E-T, which refers to a line where Edith compliments her as to her eloquence du billet, her eloquence in letter writing. So that's one. There is more subtle humor in this chapter than I have seen in just about any chapter of North and South. A lot of it's coming from Belle, but it's Belle and Margaret. Margaret gets funny back with him. But again, more like funny than funny haha. So listen for it. We'll talk about it on the flip side too. And there we are. We are going to listen now to chapters 43 and 44 of North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. That's volume 2, chapters 18 and 19, if you're reading that kind of book as a companion to the podcast. All right, here we go.
Chapter 43. Margaret's flitting. The meanest thing to which we bid adieu loses its meanness in the parting hour. Eliot. Mrs. Shaw took as vehement a dislike as it was possible for one of her gentle nature to do against Milton. It was noisy and smoky, and the poor people whom she saw on the streets were dirty, and the rich ladies overdressed, and not a man that she saw, high or low, had his clothes made to fit him. She was sure Margaret would never regain her lost strength while she stayed in Milton, and she herself was afraid of one of her old attacks of the nerves. Margaret must return with her, and that quickly. This, if not the exact force of her words, was at any rate the spirit of what she urged on Margaret, till the latter, weak, weary, and broken-spirited, yielded a reluctant promise that, as soon as Wednesday was over, she would prepare to accompany her aunt back to town, leaving Dixon in charge of all the arrangements for paying bills, disposing of furniture, and shutting up the house. Before that Wednesday, that mournful Wednesday, when Mr. Hale was to be interred, far away from either of the homes he had known in life, and far away from the wife who lay lonely among strangers. And this last was Margaret's great trouble, for she thought that if she had not given way to that overwhelming stupor during the first sad days, she could have arranged things otherwise. Before that Wednesday, Margaret received a letter from Mr. Bell. My dear Margaret, I did mean to have returned to Milton on Thursday, but unluckily it turns out to be one of the rare occasions when we Plymouth fellows are called upon to perform any kind of duty, and I must not be absent from my post. Captain Lennox and Mr. Thornton are here. The former seems a smart, well-meaning man, and has proposed to go over to Milton and assist you in any search for the will. Of course there is none, or you would have found it by this time if you followed my directions. Then the captain declares he must take you and his mother-in-law home, and in his wife's present state, I don't see how you can expect him to remain away longer than Friday. However, that Dixon of yours is trusty, and can hold her or your own till I come. I will put matters into the hands of my Milton attorney if there is no will, for I doubt this smart captain is no great man of business. Nevertheless, his mustachios are splendid. There will have to be a sale, so select what things you wish reserved, or you can send a list afterwards. Now, 2 things more, and I have done. You know, or if you don't, your poor father did, that you are to have my money and goods when I die.
Not that I mean to die yet, but I name this just to explain what is coming. These Lennoxes seem very fond of you now, and perhaps may continue to be. Perhaps not. So 'tis best to start with a formal agreement, namely, that you are to pay them £250 a year, as long as you and they find it pleasant to live together. This, of course, includes Dixon. Mind you, don't be cajoled into paying any more for her. Then you won't be thrown adrift if some day the captain wishes to have his house to himself, but you can carry yourself and your £250 off somewhere else, if, indeed, I have not claimed you to come and keep house for me. Then, as to dress and Dixon and personal expenses and confectionery, all young ladies eat confectionery till wisdom comes by age. I shall consult some lady of my acquaintance and see how much you will have from your father before fixing this. Now, Margaret, have you flown out before you have read this far, and wondered what right the old man has to settle your affairs for you so cavalierly? I make no doubt you have. Yet the old man has a right. He has loved your father for 35 years. He stood beside him on his wedding day. He closed his eyes in death. Moreover, he is your godfather, and as he cannot do you much good spiritually, having a hidden consciousness of your superiority in such things, he would fain do you the poor good of endowing you materially. And the old man has not a known relation on earth. Who is there to mourn for Adam Bell? And his whole heart is set and bent upon this one thing, and Margaret Hale is not the girl to say him nay. Write by return, if only 2 lines, to tell me your answer. But no thanks. Margaret took up a pen and scrawled with trembling hand, Margaret Hale is not the girl to say him nay. In her weak state she could not think of any other words, and yet she was vexed to use these. But she was so much fatigued even by this slight exertion that if she could have thought of another form of acceptance, she could not have sat up to write a syllable of it. She was obliged to lie down again and try not to think. "My dearest child, has that letter vexed or troubled you?" "No," said Margaret feebly. "I shall be better when tomorrow is over." "I feel sure, darling, you won't be better till I get you out of this horrid air. How you can have borne it these 2 years I can't imagine." "Where could I go to? I could not leave Papa and Mamma." "Well, don't distress yourself, my dear. I dare say it was all for the best, only I had no conception of how you were living. Our butler's wife lives in a better house than this." "It is sometimes very pretty. In summer. You can't judge by what it is now. I have been very happy here." And Margaret closed her eyes by way of stopping the conversation. The house teemed with comfort now, compared to what it had done. The evenings were chilly, and by Mrs. Shaw's directions fires were lighted in every bedroom. She petted Margaret in every possible way, and bought every delicacy or soft luxury in which she herself would have burrowed and sought comfort. But Margaret was indifferent to all these things, or, if they forced themselves upon her attention, it was simply as causes for gratitude to her aunt, who was putting herself so much out of her way to think of her. She was restless, though so weak. All the day long she kept herself from thinking of the ceremony which was going on at Oxford, by wandering from room to room and languidly setting aside such articles as she wished to retain. Dixon followed her by Mrs. Shaw's desire, ostensibly to receive instructions, but with a private injunction to soothe her into repose as soon as might be. "These books, Dixon, I will keep. All the rest will you send to Mr. Bell. They are of a kind that he will value for themselves, as well as for Papa's sake. I should like you to take this to Mr. Thornton after I'm gone. Stay, I will write a note with it." And she sat down hastily, as if afraid of thinking, and wrote, "Dear Sir, The accompanying book I am sure will be valued by you for the sake of my father to whom it belonged. Yours sincerely, Margaret Hale. She set out again upon her travels through the house, turning over articles, known to her from her childhood, with a sort of caressing reluctance to leave them, old-fashioned, worn and shabby as they might be. But she hardly spoke again, and Dixon's report to Mrs. Shaw was that she doubted whether Miss Hale heard a word of what she said, though she talked the whole time in order to divert her attention. The consequence of being on her feet all day was excessive bodily weariness in the evening, and a better night's rest than she had had since she had heard of Mr. Hale's death. At breakfast time the next day, she expressed her wish to go and bid one or two friends good-bye. Mrs. Shaw objected. I am sure, my dear, you can have no friends here with whom you are sufficiently intimate to justify you in calling upon them so soon, before you have been at church. But today is my only day. If Captain Lennox comes this afternoon, and if I must really go tomorrow. Oh, yes, we shall go tomorrow. I am more and more convinced that this air is bad for you, and makes you look so pale and ill. Besides, Edith expects us, and she may be waiting me, and you cannot be left alone, my dear, at your age. No, if you must pay these calls, I will go with you. Dixon can get us a coach, I suppose. So Mrs. Shaw went to take care of Margaret, and took her maid with her, too, to take care of the shawls and air cushions. Margaret's face was too sad to lighten up into a smile at all this preparation for paying 2 visits that she had often made by herself at all hours of the day. She was half afraid of owning that one place to which she was going was Nicholas Higgins's. All she could do was to hope her aunt would be indisposed to get out of the coach and walk up the court, and at every breath of wind have her face slapped by wet clothes hanging out to dry on rope stretched from house to house. There was a little battle in Mrs. Shaw's mind between ease and a sense of matronly propriety, but the former gained the day, and with many an injunction to Margaret to be careful of herself, and not to catch any fever, such as was always lurking in such places, her aunt permitted her to go where she had often been before, without taking any precaution or requiring any permission. Nicholas was out, only Mary and 1 or 2 of the Boucher children at home. Margaret was vexed with herself for not having timed her visit better. Mary had a very blunt intellect, although her feelings were warm and kind, and the instant she understood what Margaret's purpose was in coming to see them, she began to cry and sob with so little restraint that Margaret found it useless to say any of the 1,000 little things which had suggested themselves to her as she was coming along in the coach. She could only try to comfort her a little by suggesting the vague chance of their meeting again at some possible time in some possible place, and bid her tell her father how much she wished, if he could manage it, that he should come to see her when he had done his work in the evening. As she was leaving the place, she stopped and looked round, then hesitated a little before she said, "I should like to have some little thing to remind me of Bessie." Instantly Mary's generosity was keenly alive. What could they give? And on Margaret singling out a little common drinking cup, which she remembered as the one always standing by Bessie's side with drink for her feverish lips, Mary said, "Oh, take summat better. That only cost 4p." "That will do, thank you," said Margaret, and she went quickly away while the light caused by the pleasure of having something to give yet lingered on Mary's face. Now to Mrs. Thornton's, thought she to herself. It must be done. But she looked rather rigid and pale at the thought of it, and had hard work to find the exact words in which to explain to her aunt who Mrs. Thornton was, and why she should go to bid her farewell. They, for Mrs. Shaw alighted here, were shown into the drawing-room, in which a fire had only just been kindled. Mrs. Shaw huddled herself up in her shawl and shivered. "What an icy room," she said. They had to wait for some time before Mrs. Thornton entered. There was some softening in her heart towards Margaret, now that she was going away out of her sight. She remembered her spirit, as shown at various times and places, even more than the patience with which she had endured long and wearing cares. Her countenance was blander than usual as she greeted her. There was even a shade of tenderness in her manner as she noticed the white, tear-swollen face and the quiver in the voice which Margaret tried to make so steady. "Allow me to introduce my aunt, Mrs. Shaw. I am going away from Milton tomorrow. I do not know if you are aware of it, but I wanted to see you once again, Mrs. Thornton, to apologize for my manner the last time I saw you, and to say that I am sure you meant kindly, however much we may have misunderstood each other." Mrs. Shaw looked extremely perplexed by what Margaret had said. Thanks for kindness, and apologies for failure in good manners? But Mrs. Thornton replied, "Miss Ale, I'm glad you do me justice. I did no more than I believed to be my duty in remonstrating with you as I did. I have always desired to act the part of a friend to you. I'm glad you do me justice." "And," said Margaret, blushing excessively as she spoke, "will you do me justice and believe that though I do not choose to give explanations of my conduct, I have not acted in the unbecoming way you apprehended?" Margaret's voice was so soft and her eyes so pleading that Mrs. Thornton was for once affected by the charm of manner to which she had hitherto proved herself invulnerable. "Yes, I do believe you. Let us say no more about it. Where are you going to reside, Miss Ale? I understood from Mr. Bell that you were going to leave Milton. You never liked Milton, you know," said Mrs. Thornton with a sort of grim smile. "But, for all that, you must not expect me to congratulate you on quitting it. Where shall you live?" "With my aunt," replied Margaret, turning towards Mrs. Shaw. "My niece will reside with me in Harley Street. She is almost like a daughter to me," said Mrs. Shaw, looking fondly at Margaret, "and I am glad to acknowledge my own obligation for any kindness that has been shown to her. If you and your husband ever come to town, my son and daughter, Captain and Mrs. Lennox, will, I am sure, join with me in wishing to do anything in our power to show you attention." Mrs. Thornton thought in her own mind that Margaret had not taken much care to enlighten her aunt as to the relationship between the Mr. and Mrs. Thornton, towards whom the fine lady aunt was extending her soft patronage. So she answered shortly, "My husband is dead. Mr. Thornton is my son. I never go to London, so I'm not likely to be able to avail myself of your polite offers." At this instant Mr. Thornton entered the room. He had only just returned from Oxford. His morning suit spoke of the reason that had called him there. "John," said his mother, "this lady is Mrs. Shaw, Miss Aile's aunt. I'm sorry to say that Miss Aile's call is to wish us goodbye." "You are going, then?" said he in a low voice. "Yes," said Margaret. "We leave tomorrow." "My son-in-law comes this evening to escort us," said Mrs. Shaw. Mr. Thornton turned away. He had not sat down, and now he seemed to be examining something on the table, almost as if he had discovered an unopened letter which had made him forget the present company. He did not even seem to be aware when they got up to take leave. He started forwards, however, to hand Mrs. Shaw down to the carriage. As it drove up, he and Margaret stood close together on the doorstep, and it was impossible but that the recollection of the day of the riot should force itself into both their minds. Into his, it came associated with the speeches of the following day, her passionate declaration that there was not a man in all that violent and desperate crowd for whom she did not care as much as for him. and at the remembrance of her taunting words his brow grew stern, though his heart beat thick with longing love. "No," said he, "I put it to the touch once, and I lost it all. Let her go, with her stony heart and her beauty. How set and terrible her look is now, for all her loveliness of feature. She is afraid I shall speak what will require some stern repression. Let her go. Beauty and heiress as she may be, she will find it hard to meet with a truer heart than mine. Let her go." And there was no tone of regret or emotion of any kind in the voice with which he said goodbye, and the offered hand was taken with a resolute calmness and dropped as carelessly as if it had been a dead and withered flower. But none in the household saw Mr. Thornton again that day. He was busily engaged, or so he said. Margaret's strength was so utterly exhausted by these visits that she had to submit to much watching and petting and sighing "I told you so's" from her aunt. Dixon said she was quite as bad as she had been on the first day she heard of her father's death, and she and Mrs. Shaw consulted as to the desirableness of delaying the morrow's journey. But when her aunt reluctantly proposed a few days' delay to Margaret, the latter writhed her body as if in acute suffering and said, "Oh, let us go. I cannot be patient here. I shall not get well here. I want to forget." So the arrangements went on, and Captain Lennox came, and with him news of Edith and the little boy, and Margaret found that the indifferent, careless conversation of one who, however kind, was not too warm and anxious a sympathizer did her good. She roused up, and by the time that she knew she might expect Higgins, she was able to leave the room quietly and await in her own chamber the expected summons. "Eh?" said he as she came in. "To think of the old gentleman roping off as he did. He might have knocked me down with a straw when they telled me. 'Mr. Hale,' said I, 'him as was the parson.' 'Aye,' said they. 'Then,' said I, 'there's as good a man gone as ever lived on this earth. Let who will be to other.' And I came to see you and tell you how grieved I were, but them women in the kitchen wouldn't tell you I were there. They said you were ill and butter me, but you do not look like the same wench. And you're going to be a grand lady up in London, are you?" "Not a grand lady," said Margaret, half smiling. "Well, Thornton says he a day or two ago, 'Higgins, have you seen Miss Hale?' 'No,' says I, 'there's a pack of women who won't let me at her, but I can bide my time if she's ill. She and I knows each other pretty well, and who'll no go doubting I'm main sorry for the old gentleman's death just because I can't get at her and tell her so.' And says he, 'You'll not have much time for to try and see her, my fine chap. She's not for staying with us a day longer nor she can help. She's got grand relations and they're carrying her off, and we shan't see her no more.' 'Master,' said I, 'if I do not see her afore she goes, I'll strive to get up to London next Whitsuntide, that I will. I'll not be balked of saying a goodbye by any relations whatsomever. But bless you, I knowed you'd come. It were only for to humour the master I let on as if I thought you'd may up and leave Milton without seeing me.' "You're quite right," said Margaret. "You only do me justice. And you'll not forget me, I'm sure. If no one else in Milton remembers me, I'm certain you will, and Papa too. You know how good and how tender he was. Look, Higgins, here is his Bible. I've kept it for you. I can ill spare it, but I know he would have liked you to have it. I'm sure you'll care for it and study what is in it for his sake." "You may say that, if it were the deuce's own scribble and you asked me to read it in for your sake and the old gentleman's I'd do it. What's this, wench? I'm not going for to take your brass, so do not think it. We've been great friends without the sound of money passing between us." "For the children, for Boucher's children," said Margaret hurriedly. "They may need it. You've no right to refuse it for them." "I would not give you a penny," she said, smiling. "Don't think there's any of it for you." "Well, wench, I can no but say bless you. and bless you, and amen. Chapter 44. Ease, not peace. A dull rotation, never at a stay, yesterday's face, twin image of today. Cowper. Of what each one should be, he sees the form and rule, until he reach to that, his joy can ne'er be full. Ruckert. It was very well for Margaret that the extreme quiet of the Harley Street house during Edith's recovery from her confinement gave her the natural rest which she needed. It gave her time to comprehend the sudden change which had taken place in her circumstances within the last 2 months. She found herself at once an inmate of a luxurious house where the bare knowledge of the existence of every trouble or care seemed scarcely to have penetrated. The wheels of the machinery of daily life were well oiled and went along with delicious smoothness. Mrs. Shaw and Edith could hardly make enough of Margaret on her return to what they persisted in calling her home. And she felt that it was almost ungrateful in her to have a secret feeling that the Helstone vicarage, nay, even the poor little house at Milton with her anxious father and her invalid mother and all the small household cares of comparative poverty, composed her idea of home. Edith was impatient to get well in order to fill Margaret's bedroom with all the soft comforts and pretty knick-knacks with which her own abounded. Mrs. Shaw and her maid found plenty of occupation in restoring Margaret's wardrobe to a state of elegant variety. Captain Lennox was easy, kind, and gentlemanly, sat with his wife in her dressing-room an hour or 2 every day, played with his little boy for another hour, and lounged away the rest of his time at his club when he was not engaged out to dinner. Just before Margaret had recovered from her necessity for quiet and repose, before she had begun to feel her life wanting and dull, Edith came downstairs and resumed her usual part in the household, and Margaret fell into the old habit of watching and admiring and ministering to her cousin. She gladly took all charge of the semblances of duties off Edith's hands, answered notes, reminded her of engagements, tended her when no gaiety was in prospect, and she was consequently rather inclined to fancy herself ill. But all the rest of the family were in the full business of the London season, and Margaret was often left alone. Then her thoughts went back to Milton, with a strange sense of the contrast between the life there and here. She was getting surfeited of the eventless ease in which no struggle or endeavor was required. She was afraid lest she should even become sleepily deadened into forgetfulness of anything beyond the life which was lapping her round with luxury. There might be toilers and moilers there in London, but she never saw them. The very servants lived in an underground world of their own, of which she knew neither the hopes nor the fears. They only seemed to start into existence when some want or whim of their master and mistress needed them. There was a strange, unsatisfied vacuum in Margaret's heart and mode of life, and once, when she had dimly hinted this to Edith, the latter, wearied with dancing the night before, languidly stroked Margaret's cheek as she sat by her in the old attitude, she on a footstool by the sofa where Edith lay. "Poor child," said Edith, "it is a little sad for you to be left night after night, just at this time when all the world is so gay. But we shall be having our dinner parties soon as Henry comes back from circuit, and then there will be a little pleasant variety for you. No wonder it is moped, poor darling." Margaret did not feel as if the dinner parties would be a panacea. But Edith piqued herself on her dinner parties. "So different," as she said, "from the old dowager dinners under Mamma's regime. and Mrs. Shaw herself seemed to take exactly the same kind of pleasure in the very different arrangements and circle of acquaintances which were to Captain and Mrs. Lennox's taste, as she did in the more formal and ponderous entertainments which she herself used to give. Captain Lennox was always extremely kind and brotherly to Margaret. She was really very fond of him, excepting when he was anxiously attentive to Edith's dress and appearance, with a view to her beauty making a sufficient impression on the world. Then all the latent Vashti in Margaret was roused, and she could hardly keep herself from expressing her feelings. The course of Margaret's day was this: a quiet hour or two before a late breakfast, an unpunctual meal, lazily eaten by weary and half-awake people, but yet at which, in all its dragged-out length, she was expected to be present, because directly afterwards came a discussion of plans at which, although they none of them concerned her, she was expected to give her sympathy, if she could not assist with her advice. An endless number of notes to write, which Edith invariably left to her, with many caressing compliments as to her eloquence du billet, a little play with Shoto as he returned from his morning's walk, besides the care of the children during the servants' dinner, a drive or callers, and some dinner or morning engagement for her aunt and cousins, which left Margaret free, it is true, but rather wearied with the inactivity of the day, coming upon depressed spirits and delicate health. She looked forward with longing, though unspoken interest, to the homely object of Dixon's return from Milton, where, until now, the old servant had been busily engaged in winding up all the affairs of the Hale family. It had appeared a sudden famine to her heart, this entire cessation of any news respecting the people amongst whom she had lived so long. It was true that Dixon, in her business letters, quoted every now and then an opinion of Mr. Thornton's as to what she had better do about the furniture, or how to act in regard to the landlord of the Crampton Terrace house. But it was only here and there that the name came in, or any Milton name, indeed, and Margaret was sitting one evening all alone in the Lennox's drawing-room, not reading Dixon's letters, which yet she held in her hand, but thinking over them, and recalling the days which had been, and picturing the busy life out of which her own had been taken and never missed, wondering if all went on in that whirl just as if she and her father had never been, questioning within herself if no one in all the crowd missed her. Not Higgins, she was not thinking of him. When suddenly Mr. Bell was announced, and Margaret hurried the letters into her work-basket and started up, blushing, as if she had been doing some guilty thing. "Oh, Mr. Bell, I never thought of seeing you." "But you give me a welcome, I hope, as well as that very pretty start of surprise." "Have you dined? How did you come? Let me order you some dinner." "If you're going to have any. Otherwise, you know, there is no one who cares less for eating than I do. But where are the others? Gone out to dinner? Left you all alone?"
"Oh, yes, and it is such a rest. I was just thinking, but will you run the risk of dinner? I don't know if there is anything in the house."
"Why, to tell you the truth, I dined at my club. Only they don't cook as well as they did, so I thought if you were going to dine, I might try and make out my dinner. But never mind. There aren't 10 cooks in England to be trusted at impromptu dinners. If their skill and their fires will stand it, their tempers won't. You shall make me some tea, Margaret. And now, what were you thinking of? You were going to tell me. Whose letters were those, goddaughter, that you hid away so speedily?"
"Only Dixon's," replied Margaret, growing very red.
"Oh, is that all? Who do you think came up in the train with me?"
"I don't know," said Margaret, resolved against making a guess.
What do you call him? What's the right name for a cousin-in-law's brother?"
"Mr. Henry Lennox?" asked Margaret.
"Yes," replied Mr. Bell. "You knew him formerly, didn't you? What sort of a person is he, Margaret?"
"I liked him long ago," said Margaret, glancing down for a moment, and then she looked straight up and went on in her natural manner. "You know, we have been corresponding about Frederick since, but I have not seen him for nearly 3 years, and he may be changed. What did you think of him?"
"I don't know. He was so busy trying to find out who I was in the first instance and what I was in the second that he never let out what he was, unless, indeed, that veiled curiosity of his as to what manner of man he had to talk to was not a good piece and a fair indication of his character. Do you call him good-looking, Margaret?"
"No, certainly not. Do you?"
"Not I, but I thought perhaps you might. Is he a great deal here?"
"I fancy he is when he is in town. He has been on circuit now since I came. But, Mr. Bell, have you come from Oxford or from Milton?"
"From Milton. Don't you see I'm smoke-dried?"
"Certainly, but I thought that it might be the effect of the antiquities of Oxford."
"Come now, be sensible, woman. In Oxford I could have managed all the landlords in the place and had my own way with half the trouble your Milton landlord has given me, and defeated me after all. He won't take the house off our hands till next June 12-month. Luckily, Mr. Thornton found a tenant for it. Why don't you ask after Mr. Thornton, Margaret? He has proved himself a very active friend of yours, I can tell you, taken more than half the trouble off my hands."
"And how is he? How is Mrs. Thornton?" asked Margaret hurriedly and below her breath, though she tried to speak out.
"I suppose they're well. I've been staying at their house till I was driven out of it by the perpetual clack about that Thornton girl's marriage. It was too much for Thornton himself, though she was his sister. He used to go and sit in his own room perpetually. He's getting past the age for caring for such things, either as principal or accessory. I was surprised to find the old lady falling into the current and carried away by her daughter's enthusiasm for orange blossoms and lace. I thought Mrs. Thornton had been made of sterner stuff."
"She would put on any assumption of feeling to veil her daughter's weakness," said Margaret in a low voice.
"Perhaps so. You've studied her, have you? She doesn't seem over fond of you, Margaret."
"I know it," said Margaret. "Oh, here is tea at last," exclaimed she, as if relieved. And with tea came Mr. Henry Lennox, who had walked up to Harley Street after a late dinner and had evidently expected to find his brother and sister-in-law at home. Margaret suspected him of being as thankful as she was at the presence of a third party on this their first meeting since the memorable day of his offer and her refusal at Helstone. She could hardly tell what to say at first, and was thankful for all the tea-table occupations, which gave her an excuse for keeping silence and him an opportunity of recovering himself. For, to tell the truth, he had rather forced himself up to Harley Street this evening with a view of getting over an awkward meeting. Awkward even in the presence of Captain Lennox and Edith, and doubly awkward now that he found her the only lady there, and the person to whom he must naturally and perforce address a great part of his conversation. She was the first to recover her self-possession. She began to talk on the subject which came uppermost in her mind after the first flush of awkward shyness. "Mr. Lennox, I have been so much obliged to you for all you have done about Frederick."
"I am only sorry it has been so unsuccessful," replied he, with a quick glance towards Mr. Bell, as if reconnoitring how much he might say before him.
Margaret, as if she read his thought, addressed herself to Mr. Bell, both including him in the conversation and implying that he was perfectly aware of the endeavours that had been made to clear Frederick. "That Horrocks, that very last witness of all, has proved as unavailing as all the others. Mr. Lennox has discovered that he sailed for Australia only last August, only 2 months before Frederick was in England, and gave us the names of—"
"Frederick in England? You never told me that," exclaimed Mr. Bell in surprise.
"I thought you knew.
I never doubted you had been told. Of course, it was a great secret, and perhaps I should not have named it now," said Margaret, a little dismayed. "I have never named it to either my brother or your cousin," said Mr. Lennox, with a little professional dryness of implied reproach. "Never mind, Margaret. I'm not living in a talking, babbling world, nor yet among people who are trying to worm facts out of me. You needn't look so frightened because you have let the cat out of the bag to a faithful old hermit like me. I shall never name his having been in England. I shall be out of temptation, for no one will ask me." "Stay," interrupting himself rather abruptly. "Was it at your mother's funeral?" "He was with Mamma when she died," said Margaret softly. To be sure. Why, someone asked me if he had not been over then, and I denied it stoutly, not many weeks ago. Who could it have been? Oh, I recollect." But he did not say the name, and although Margaret would have given much to know if her suspicions were right, and it had been Mr. Thornton who had made the enquiry, she could not ask the question of Mr. Bell much as she longed to do so. There was a pause for a moment or two. Then Mr. Lennox said, addressing himself to Margaret, "I suppose as Mr. Bell is now acquainted with all the circumstances attending your brother's unfortunate dilemma, I cannot do better than inform him exactly how the research into the evidence we once hoped to produce in his favour stands at present. So, if he will do me the honour to breakfast with me tomorrow, we will go over the names of these missing gentry." "I should like to hear all the particulars, if I may. Cannot you come here? I dare not ask you both to breakfast, though I am sure you would be welcome. But let me know all I can about Frederick, even though there may be no hope at present." "I have an engagement at 11:30, but I will certainly come if you wish it," replied Mr. Lennox, with a little afterthought of extreme willingness, which made Margaret shrink into herself, and almost wish that she had not proposed her natural request. Mr. Bell got up and looked round him for his hat, which had been removed to make room for tea. "Well," said he, "I don't know what Mr. Lennox is inclined to do, but I'm disposed to be moving off homewards. I've been a journey today, and journeys begin to tell upon my 60 and odd years." "I believe I shall stay and see my brother and sister," said Mr. Lennox, making no movement of departure. Margaret was seized with a shy, awkward dread of being left alone with him. The scene on the little terrace in the Helstone garden was so present to her that she could hardly help believing it was so with him. "Don't go yet, please, Mr. Bell," said she hastily. "I want you to see Edith, and I want Edith to know you. Please?" said she, laying a light but determined hand on his arm. He looked at her and saw the confusion stirring in her countenance. He sat down again as if her little touch had been possessed of resistless strength. "You see how she overpowers me, Mr. Lennox," said he, "and I hope you noticed the happy choice of her expressions. She wants me to see this cousin Edith, who I am told is a great beauty, but she has the honesty to change her word when she comes to me. Mrs. Lennox is to know me. I suppose I'm not much to see, eh, Margaret?" He joked, to give her time to recover from the slight flutter which he had detected in her manner on his proposal to leave, and she caught the tone and threw the ball back. Mr. Lennox wondered how his brother, the captain, could have reported her as having lost all her good looks. To be sure, in her quiet black dress she was a contrast to Edith, dancing in her white crepe mourning and long floating golden hair, all softness and glitter. She dimpled and blushed most becomingly when introduced to Mr. Bell, conscious that she had her reputation as a beauty to keep up, and that it would not do to have a Mordecai refusing to worship and admire, even in the shape of an old fellow of a college which nobody had ever heard of. Mrs. Shaw and Captain Lennox, each in their separate way, gave Mr. Bell a kind and sincere welcome, winning him over to like them almost in spite of himself. especially when he saw how naturally Margaret took her place as sister and daughter of the house. "What a shame that we were not at home to receive you," said Edith. "You too, Henry, though I don't know that we should have stayed at home for you. And for Mr. Bell, for Margaret's Mr. Bell." "There is no knowing what sacrifices you would not have made," said her brother-in-law. "Even a dinner party, and the delight of wearing this very becoming dress." Edith did not know whether to frown or to smile, but it did not suit Mr. Lennox to drive her to the first of these alternatives, so he went on. "Will you show your readiness to make sacrifices tomorrow morning, first by asking me to breakfast to meet Mr. Bell, and secondly by being so kind as to order it at 9:30 instead of 10 o'clock? I have some letters and papers that I want to show to Miss Hale and Mr. Bell." "I hope Mr. Bell will make our house his own during his stay in London," said Captain Lennox. "I am only so sorry we cannot offer him a bedroom." "Thank you. I am much obliged to you. You would only think me a churl if you had, for I should decline it, I believe, in spite of all the temptations of such agreeable company," said Mr. Bell, bowing all round, and secretly congratulating himself on the neat turn he had given to his sentence, which, if put into plain language, would have been more to this effect. "I couldn't stand the restraints of such a proper-behaved and civil-spoken set of people as these are. It would be like meat without salt. I'm thankful they haven't a bed, and how well I rounded my sentence. I am absolutely catching the trick of good manners." His self-satisfaction lasted him till he was fairly out in the streets, walking side by side with Henry Lennox. Here he suddenly remembered Margaret's little look of entreaty as she urged him to stay longer, and he also recollected a few hints given him long ago by an acquaintance of Mr. Lennox's as to his admiration of Margaret. It gave a new direction to his thoughts. "You have known Miss Hale for a long time, I believe. How do you think her looking? She strikes me as pale and ill." "I thought her looking remarkably well. Perhaps not when I first came in, now I think of it. But certainly when she grew animated, she looked as well as ever I saw her do." "She has had a great deal to go through," said Mr. Bell. "Yes, I have been sorry to hear of all she has had to bear, not merely the common and universal sorrow arising from death, but all the annoyance which her father's conduct must have caused her, and then—" "Her father's conduct?" said Mr. Bell, in an accent of surprise. "You must have heard some wrong statement. He behaved in the most conscientious manner. He showed more resolute strength than I should have ever given him credit for formerly." "Perhaps I have been wrongly informed, but I have been told by his successor in the living, a clever, sensible man, and a thoroughly active clergyman, that there was no call upon Mr. Hale to do what he did, relinquish the living, and throw himself and his family on the tender mercies of private teaching in a manufacturing town. The bishop had offered him another living, it is true, but if he had come to entertain certain doubts, he could have remained where he was, and so had no occasion to resign. But the truth is, these country clergymen live such isolated lives. Isolated, I mean, from all intercourse with men of equal cultivation with themselves, by whose minds they might regulate their own and discover when they were going either too fast or too slow, that they are very apt to disturb themselves with imaginary doubts as to the articles of faith and throw up certain opportunities of doing good for very uncertain fancies of their own." "I differ from you. I do not think they are very apt to do as my poor friend Hale did." Mr. Bell was inwardly chafing. "Perhaps I use too general an expression in saying very apt, but certainly their lives are such as very often to produce either inordinate self-sufficiency or a morbid state of conscience," replied Mr. Lennox with perfect coolness. "You don't meet with any self-sufficiency among the lawyers, for instance?" asked Mr. Bell. "And seldom, I imagine, any cases of morbid conscience." He was becoming more and more vexed and forgetting his lately caught trick of good manners. Mr. Lennox saw now that he had annoyed his companion, and as he had talked pretty much for the sake of saying something and so passing the time while their road lay together, he was very indifferent as to the exact side he took upon the question, and quietly came round by saying, "To be sure, there is something fine in a man of Mr. Hale's age leaving his home of 20 years and giving up all settled habits for an idea which was probably erroneous. But that does not matter. An intangible thought. One cannot help admiring him with a mixture of pity in one's admiration, something like what one feels for Don Quixote. Such a gentleman as he was, too. I shall never forget the refined and simple hospitality he showed to me that last day at Helstone." Only half mollified, and yet anxious, in order to lull certain qualms of his own conscience, to believe that Mr. Hale's conduct had a tinge of quixotism in it, Mr. Bell growled out, "Aye, and you don't know Milton. Such a change from Helstone. It is years since I have been at Helstone, but I'll answer for it. It is standing there yet, every stick and every stone as it has done for the last century, while Milton, I go there every 4 or 5 years, and I was born there, yet I do assure you I often lose my way, I, among the very piles of warehouses that are built upon my father's orchard. Do we part here? Well, good night, sir. I suppose we shall meet in Harley Street tomorrow morning."
All right, so Bell and Lennox. I thought that was such an interesting conversation between the two of them, because have you ever been in that position where you're just kind of talking to make conversation and you're not really paying a whole lot of attention or taking anything too seriously, and then all of a sudden you realize that you've made an opinion publicly that you may not actually hold because you were just trying to talk and stop the silence. Or maybe that's just me. Either way, Mr. Lennox, he's a little judgy. But that goes back to the beginning when Margaret was kind of a little judgy too. And Bell cracked me up. Okay, his comment when he thanked them for their offer to allow him to stay at their house and he turned them down. That part where he said he bowed all around, secretly congratulating himself on the neat turn he had given to his sentence, which, if put into plain language, would have been more to this effect. "I couldn't stand the restraints of such a proper-behaved and civil-spoken set of people as these are. It would be like meat without salt. I'm thankful they haven't a bed. And how well I rounded my sentence. I'm absolutely catching the trick of this good manners." I loved it. I loved it because he's a bachelor and he's not around people like this. He's just a fellow at a college and he doesn't have to, perform great feats of mannered manners in front of people like Aunt Shaw and Captain Lennox and so Bell. And there were some other really funny parts with Bell. When he comes in and says that he's just come from Milton, and she asks, have you come from Oxford or from Milton? From Milton. Can't you see that I'm smoke dried? Because the smoke in Milton has cured him like a piece of beef. He is beef jerky on 2 legs because of the smoke of Milton. But the things I alluded to earlier about Margaret and about Margaret kind of making a subtle change in this chapter, the first time something jumped out at me. The first time was when Mr. Bell was talking about being at the Thorntons. And he said, I suppose they're well. I've been staying there. Thornton keeps leaving because his sister is getting on his last nerve. I was surprised to find the old lady falling into the current and carried away by her daughter's enthusiasm for orange blossoms and lace. I thought Mrs. Thornton had been made of sterner stuff. And Margaret says, quietly, she would put on any assumption of feeling to veil her daughter's weakness. That's a pretty astute comment about Mrs. Thornton and how Mrs. Thornton really does think about her daughter. And then Belle says something that really must have kind of hurt Margaret. It's one of those things that, if somebody said it to me, I would be up at 3 a.m. going, oh no, I've really screwed things up. Where after Margaret says that she'd do anything to veil her daughter's weakness, he responds, perhaps so. You've studied her, have you? She doesn't seem over fond of you. And then she's distracted by the tea coming in. So thank goodness I don't have to pursue this line of questioning, la, 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 la. But that's a pretty amazingly insightful set of sentences right there. And then there's another one. When Lennox becomes clear on the fact that Belle knows all about Frederick and it's okay to discuss this in front of him and says, I should probably bring you up to speed on this. Lennox then says, so if he will do me the honor to breakfast with me tomorrow, we will go over the names of these missing gentry. These are the people who could provide testimony on Frederick's behalf to prove that he wasn't a kind of willy-nilly mutineer, but actually somebody who was trying to protect the lives of others. And Margaret's response is, I should like to hear all the particulars if I may. Cannot you come here? Margaret has never been treated by Miss Gaskell as a silly woman. She's not Mrs. Jellaby in Bleak House, and she's not Kitty in Pride and Prejudice. She's always been smart. We've known she's been smart. She has sort of kind of behaved as though she knew she was basically smart, but that could just be because she sees herself in correspondence to Edith, who is silly and pretty. And that's what Edith is meant to be, pretty. And that's the thing that drove her crazy about Captain Lennox, when that was all he would pay attention to about his wife. It was irksome to Margaret. But Margaret has had moments all the way through this book where people have said something, she has voiced her own opinion, and then almost immediately followed it up with, but I'm sure I don't know enough, which is probably true when it comes to business. But at least, thank God, she has never apologized for being a woman or done one of those, oh, my silly female brain. And in fact, if you want to see somebody doing an excellent satire of the silly female brain, John Oliver did a piece on the Scottish vote for independence that's going on right now. So if you're listening in real time, you know that this is a thing. If you are not listening in real time, I will try and link to it from the show notes. But the John Oliver bit, you have to wait till the very end of it to see him ridicule a kind of horrifying advertisement that really did use a woman who did everything but say what John Oliver says for her. Oh, I'm just a silly woman. You can't expect me to know anything about politics. It's so hard to think about these things. And Margaret's never been that person, which I think is one of the reasons why we in the modern world love her so much. And then I thought it was a really lovely moment between Margaret and Mr. Bell, something that Mr. Hale would never have been able to do. When Belle is about to leave, and she does not want to be left alone with Henry Lennox, and says, I want you to see Edith. I want Edith to know you. Now, that to me seemed a perfectly legitimate way to phrase it. See Edith because there's not much more to her, and know Mr. Bell because you are kind and generous and good and funny, and we could all use some of that right now. But then Belle takes that and makes a joke out of it that he is fairly certain Lennox will find amusing, which he seems to, but also one that will stall for time, and one that won't hurt Margaret. Margaret will be able to see the humor in this instead of feeling insulted. It seems to me, and maybe it's just because there are more than one of these kind of Margaret being strong and wanting to know moments in this chapter, but it seems to me that this is the beginning of Margaret as an adult. And yes, she's still nervous being left with Henry Lennox, but not because she's expecting him to propose, but just because it's kind of uncomfortable to be in the same room with him alone, knowing that she turned him down, and yet has been relying on his help, his legal help, with her brother Frederick, and hasn't been getting paid by her. I think Frederick paid him some. But yeah, that's a perfectly understandable reason to be uncomfortable. And of course, Margaret has lots of other reasons to be more and more of an adult at this point. She has lost both parents. She is aware now that she will be inheriting Mr. Bell's fortune when he dies, and life is a little more serious. I loved his advice, too, about, go live with them in Harley Street, pay them rent. You are not freeloading. You need to be paying rent. You need to be your own woman. I am providing for you. Dixon is included. And didn't Dixon rock in this set of chapters? She's the one closing up shop. She's doing all that work, all the work that Margaret had to do on the way up. Dixon is doing now. Good person, Dixon. And I just received this email. This comes from Lou. It's actually a comment on the previous show notes. Lou says, I love the podcast. I'm usually binge listening during the summer and school breaks, but now I'm current and I wanted to share some thoughts about the death of Mr. Hale. It's kind of a cliche that long married people tend to not outlive each other for very long. I often see joint obituaries of married couples in their 70s or 80s who both died within a short period of time. Mr. Hale has seemed to be heartbroken with the loss of Mrs. Hale, and I think that kind of sadness can lead to physical stresses that could cause death. The other thing I noticed was that he was trying to tie up loose ends when musing about what would become of Margaret if he were to die. And Mr. Bell assures Hale that he, Bell, would take care of her if that were the case. Again, this seems like a frequently documented part of the dying process, and because of that, I was not surprised by his death. And I totally agree. And in fact, if you have been listening since way back when my grandfather died, he seemed to have waited until my mom and my aunt and I were back in the room, and then he went. I agree. I think that this is one of those things. There are things that sometimes we just need to know are done, or people are taken care of, or people are there, and then it's okay to go. And I think that happened with Hale. Have a great one. Bye. 363. Chapters 45 and 46. Welcome to CraftLit, the podcast for crafters who love books. My name is Heather Ordover, and I'm podcasting from where the Delaware River meets the Old York Road, New Hope, Pennsylvania. Episode 363. Chillin'. Well, hello. Happy New Year. It is Rosh Hashanah and the Jewish Happy New Year. And so, Happy New Year to all of you. A time of new beginnings, a time of contemplation, and a website that my husband, I guess he heard about it on NPR and sent to me. And it is a very interesting little thing that some of you might enjoy. Now, it was designed by a Jewish woman for the 10 days in between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur as a time to kind of contemplate and sit and think and put things in order for the new year, kind of a little internal housekeeping, if you will. It's a website that asks you questions every morning and you write your answer, and you can keep it private or not. And then this website holds those questions, the answers to those questions, in its memory bank for a year. And then on a year from the date, they come back to you in your inbox and you can see what you said last year. And then you'll get new questions for that new year, and it'll just keep going forever. So it's kind of like those time capsule things that I know I did sometimes in school, where the teacher had you write a letter to yourself at the beginning of the school year, and then at the end of the school year, you'd get that letter back and it's sealed envelope and see what you said to yourself way back then, which was sometimes kind of difficult to read, but often very interesting. And so I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to go. So eat some apples, dip them in some honey, give yourself a sweet new year. And if you are a quilter, let me know what needles you use. Oh, needles. I have a quilt. I have a quilt that was left to me by my childhood babysitter. Her name was Delia Hoag, Houg. And as I recall, she was Norwegian. I guess it was kind of like a like water for chocolate moment for those of you who have read the book. If you are so young that you do not know this book, please go read Like Water for Chocolate and then see the movie. And if you can parse the Spanish, read it in Spanish, because it's a little different than the English translation. Anyway, in Like Water for Chocolate, the youngest daughter is tasked with not ever getting married so that she can instead take care of her mother forever. And for whatever reason, I was too young to know. Hoagie, which is what I called my babysitter, she hadn't gotten married. I gather that she could have at one time, didn't, wound up having to take care of her mother. And then they moved from wherever they were in the upper Midwest. I don't even know that. Maybe my mom does. Anyway, they moved to Southern California because the weather was better there. And so to California they went and escaped the ragweed, which is outside my window right now, tormenting me, trying to make it impossible for me to breathe. But Hoagie, when I was a very small child, a very, very small child, was down the street from us. We could walk down to her house. She could walk down to mine. And so she was my babysitter. And she was round and soft and had the most perfect white hair. And she was marvelous. We had tea every afternoon. And eventually she moved from there into a transitional residence. And we had moved away from the street, so she didn't have me to look after anymore. But we would go visit her from time to time. And so when she passed, I inherited a couple of things from her. The quilt. And the quilt, as far as I can tell, was handmade. There is color. It is yellow and white. But most of the patterning has been done by the white top stitching that's just kind of all over the place. I guess people now have those free arm sewing machines that can do incredible intricate patterning for you and stuff. This was all just kind of random and done by hand. Well, it's getting colder here, and I have my fabulous knitted quilt on the bed, but it was actually so cold a few nights ago that I went to get another quilt, and I pulled this one out. And on the top side, the side that has the yellow and the white, instead of just the white base for the bottom side of the quilt, there are sections where the white fabric has thinned out so much that it has torn. And I don't know when it tore. I don't know what provoked it. I imagine it was a child. And as you also can imagine, I was horrified because here is this thing. And it's like, I'm the last one who carries the memories of Hoagie. And this was hers. And somehow that really upset me so much to see this tear. And at first I thought, oh, good Lord. Well, God knows there's enough Amish women in Pennsylvania. I should be able to find someone who can fix this. And then I thought, gosh darn it, no, if anyone's going to fix this, it should be me because it matters. And I can figure out how to patch a quilt. And so I figured it was going to be a combination of applique work, which is tedious, but it's not that big a deal, and kind of fitting whatever piece of fabric I could find under the edge of what little amounts of edge I can tuck it under, because that top stitching is so constant that the amount of space for the fabric to have ripped off was kind of limited. And it means that there's very little edge that doesn't go straight up into a section of top stitching that I can kind of lift up and tuck new fabric under. So the thing I wanted to ask is this. Actually, two things. One, have you ever fixed a quilt like this, an old quilt? Two, because of my adventures with sheets here in the big attic room in the place in Pennsylvania, I had lots of thin, old, soft, white cotton sheeting that I could use. So I pulled off a piece, and at first I tried to, I was thinking, well, maybe I should just cut a piece that's a little bit larger and tuck in the sides and trim it as I go, and that'll be that. And then I thought, or am I supposed to fold over the edges? Should I be trying to get at least a couple of layers of white sheet? I'm not going to be able to put any batting in because I, A, don't have any that thin, B, don't have any that's just pure cotton right now, and C, I'm not sure how much of the batting is actually anywhere on this thing to begin with. This might make it look more like a puffball rather than an invisible mend. And I know it's not going to be invisible, but close, I hope. So I've been trying to figure that out. But the other thing was I did start sewing a piece on to kind of see how it would work out. And I found an embroidery hoop and got out a needle and thread. And what I'm learning is my needles, when it comes to things like quilting, really stink really, really badly. I know I have seen needles that are specified as quilting needles. Does that mean that they are more slippery? Because my needles really stick. They are very sticky. And it was hard to go through, just a couple of layers of cotton. It's not like I'm trying to go through denim or anything. This stuff is lightweight, or at least thinned, and wow, am I trying the right thing to fix it this way? Because one of the tears is like a flap, and so I can fold it down, but it's not a complete flap. It doesn't close all the way, so I have to put some fabric underneath that one. And a couple others are just holes, and I'm going to have to put fabric in there and hope for the best. Or should I be using some of that fusion stuff, the stitch witchery stuff, where you cut off a length of the tape and put it in between two layers of fabric and then use your iron to fuse it? See, that seems to me like sacrilege, to be completely honest, on a quilt this old. It's very troublesome, though. I don't know what to do. And I know that my needles are really lousy. So recommendations on needles, if you can put a link in the comment section of the show notes so that I can perhaps buy the needles online rather than having to schlep to Joann's, that would be so awesome. And if you have any websites that you trust that have tutorials on how to go about patching a wonderful, much-loved quilt, that would be marvelous. All right then, North and South. North and South today, we're doing chapters 45 and 46. And 45 is not even 2 full pages long. It's very, very short. But interesting because these 2 chapters, 45 and 46, did not ever appear in Household Words. And I think you can tell, actually. I really do. I know that she had wanted to put these in, at least to a certain extent. I don't know if it was a fully formed idea or just I'd like to do that. But you'll see how these chapters are definitely part of a different world from our Manchester Milton world. And Mr. Bell is here, so humor. There's actually some really marvelously snarky humor in this one, and sometimes even not so subtle snarky humor, which I found kind of surprising. But it also made me go and start looking up a couple of things because of some footnotes that are in the text that I am using for when I'm looking at text to identify spellings of things and stuff like that. The little epigrams at the beginning of the chapters. The one for chapter 45, not such a big deal. You're going to hear it and go, okay, fine. And chapter 45, not such a big deal in general. It's moving the plot along kind of chapter. It's we have to get there from here, so I need to include these 3 little half pages. Done. That said, it starts with a beautiful piece of prose. A heartbreaking, in some ways, piece of prose. I went back and I listened to this section, just chapter 45, which it's probably 3 minutes long, 5 minutes long. I listened to it over and over again because something must have changed for Gaskell while she was writing this. And she didn't die particularly old. She died at 55. And dropped. She was having tea with her daughters and just gasped and dropped. And I certainly am aware that as I approach the half-century turning point in life, I am finding myself more and more often, it's not melancholy or despair or anything like that, but you do tend to start to look at things, I think, and say, wow, I am never going to speak Italian. or something like that it's one of those things that when you're young, you go, ooh, I can do this and I can do that. And all things are open to me. And, doors close as you get older, which isn't to say that if I devoted my time for the next 5 years to learning Italian, I couldn't. It's just that I know that I'm not going to because I have other things that I'm devoting my time to. And that's a little sad. And that's kind of the tone of the beginning of chapter 45. So it's worth the good paying attention to the very, very beginning. Then the next thing that kind of rung bells for me and that I went and researched was the epigram at the start of 46. There was something about the lines and then a footnote saying that this particular poem, which is by Johann Ludwig Uhland, who's originally wrote in German, the English title for the poem is Crossing the Stream. And evidently she used these lines at the beginning of her novel, Mary Barton. Mary Barton was her first novel. And she turned to writing as a way to get over the stillborn birth of her first child. She kind of did with writing what others have done with knitting. And her husband recognized that this was really helpful. She had another stillborn child, and then she had a baby who died in infancy, her little boy. And I think it was after that her husband said, here is more paper. Why don't you write more, like maybe a book? And that was Mary Barton. So Gaskell came to writing late, although she clearly had a knack for it, and I think her letters that have been collected are all pretty marvelous. But she had her share of sadness in her life, and I think you can sense some of that in these chapters. Some of it is that moving on thing that, you can never return to your childhood home, not because it isn't there, but because you aren't a child anymore. And the house now looks small, and the backyard is not boundless, and it's not as beautiful as you might remember. It's that your perspective is not the perspective that it had been. But Gaskell's got some interesting perspective here. So that, I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And if I can find a link to the German and to the English, I will put those in the show notes as well, so that you can read the complete Uhland text if you're interested. Now, before we get too much further and before I forget, we got a comment on the show notes that I wanted to read to you and a voicemail that I wanted to play for you, both about North and South. So first, the email. This comes to us from Lisa. And she wrote in, she says, I'm writing in to talk a bit about Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton is jealous of Margaret, and that is why she behaves that way towards her. Mrs. Thornton has said before that she was once in a riot, and she went to the roof to throw down the stones, and she would have done it too if she hadn't fainted, blaming that one on the heat. The only time that we've seen Margaret faint was when the policeman came to her house, and that was after he left. Mrs. Thornton talks a good game, but now she's met her match in the younger, stronger Margaret and is threatened. While Mrs. Thornton was in the room caring for Fanny, something she could have left to many servants to do, Margaret was actually out there, shielding John from the angry mob. That must have stuck in Mrs. Thornton's craw, and so when she had the opportunity to put Margaret in her place based on half information, she wasted no time. Mrs. Thornton is strong, yes. She keeps things together, but it seems that it was John who went about setting things right with the debtors, and it was his work that was responsible for a great deal of his success. Mrs. Thornton sees Margaret doing things she's only said she herself could do. She sees her as someone John could really rely on and be distracted with and replace her in his life as numero uno. That is why she's so happy to reproach her when the opportunity arose, and she is so pleased to hear that Margaret is leaving Milton. It's like the cliché mother-in-law who puts herself up as a better cook or housekeeper than her new daughter-in-law. It is interesting that she would accommodate Fanny in her silliness and understand that it is her character, but so far has refused to give Margaret an inch. It all boils down to simple jealousy. What do you think? I think Lisa might be onto something there. Those are all good points. And it would make an awful lot of sense. And she has talked about when John was going to go propose, how Margaret would replace her in his affections. And she was concerned about that and sad. So yeah, I was glad that Lisa put that up on the show notes. And we have a voicemail from Gabby about Mrs. Gaskell and the Irish.
Hi, Heather. This is Gabrielle, Gabby on Ravelry, Gabby H on Twitter. I keep meaning to send in an email, and I've given up. I was responding to the discussion about whether or not North and South is critical of the Irish and whether her writing is revealing her own disdain for the Irish. It's been interesting to listen to people's comments and hear what you've had to say. I have to say that I read it differently. I read it in more commentary about Margaret and the general societal influences. But I think, rereading some of those passages is helpful, regardless of which way you interpret it. But I definitely looked at the discussion about Mrs. Boucher, and the description of her really is more critical of the circumstances for all of them rather than discussing her in particular. It doesn't seem to work for me to think that Gaskell is critical of all of these elements, religion and the machinists and the rise of the changing classes, and it's making commentary there, but then this is a personal prejudice. I'm not really able to hold both of those in my head at the same time, and I really do look at this as her making more of a comment through Margaret and through the narrator. So that's it.
I love it when you guys do that. It's so cool to have the phone number now, because it's a discussion. Oh, it's so nice. So a different perspective on the Irish problem. As opposed to the woman problem, which is what we'll hear more about in her land. So, book chapter things to watch out for. You may be familiar with the Henry Wadsworth Longfellow poem Evangeline or Evangeline. You're going to hear a reference to that, but you're going to hear it coupled with a German piece, The German Idyls of Hermann and Dorothea, which was a poem by Goethe. And you will also hear a throwaway line where she is quoting a Tennyson poem. She says, each of which made her cry upon, quote, the days that are no more, unquote. And those are the final words of each stanza in Tennyson's poem, Tears, Idle Tears. And that was included in his book, The Princess, in 1847. And for all you Americans, and perhaps non-Victorian people anywhere, if you aren't familiar with Victorian children's literature, you may not have heard of a book called The Parent's Assistant by Maria Edgeworth. This was a book that contained multiple stories that were used with children to teach both a moral lesson and also help them learn to read. And one of those stories is the story called Simple Susan. You will hear Mr. Bell make a joke, including that phrase, and it will sound like it's a thing. It's a thing that you should know. And if you didn't know about this book, you wouldn't have known about that character or that story. You'll hear an odd reference to Hamlet. It surprised me. And I went and found that section, and I've linked to it from the show notes so that you can see which part it is referring to. It's Act 5, Scene 2, just to put it into context. And Mr. Bell mentions left-hand marriages. Now, this living in a country, growing up in a country that does not contain royalty or nobility, which we prove all the time, we don't have this phrase as part of our world. What it's talking about is a marriage where usually the man, not always, but usually the man is marrying someone who's beneath his station. So this would be royalty or nobility marrying a commoner. Now, there are all sorts of laws and rules and restrictions about who can inherit what in a situation like this. You may recall Downton Abbey. But unlike Downton Abbey, this was when the woman did not come to the marriage with any stuff of her own, any money of her own, at least not to speak of. And it is, in fact, a different level of marriage, even, because instead of the groom holding the bride's right hand with his right hand, he's holding her hand with his left hand. It is indicative of the fact that this is not a marriage of equals. And I find that rather appalling. But it turns out that it is a thing that goes way back. And in fact, even has a special name. It is a morganatic marriage. This goes back etymologically, perhaps to Latin, but it also, some people think it goes back to an ancient Gothic word, morgian, M-O-R-G-I-A-N, which means to limit or restrict, which would be the restriction on the passing on the property or the money. There seems to be some kind of confusion as to where the actual word comes from, but that's certainly how it is used, a morganatic marriage or a left-handed marriage. So that's what that's about. And it would be something that if someone in your family perpetrated a morganatic marriage, it would not necessarily be something you would talk about in polite company, because how embarrassing. You will hear a reference to the French motto of the Order of the Garter, which I'm not going to butcher the French for you, but I will tell you that it is evil be to him who evil thinks, which I think is the same phrase that I pulled up a couple years ago that my high school AP teacher used to pull out when he wanted to indicate that we had dirty minds because we saw questionable jokes where there couldn't possibly have been a questionable joke made. It's Shakespeare. It's, pure and doesn't have any off-color jokes in it. Not in any of the plays, certainly not in the comedies. Golly Moses. You will also hear an Irish poet's poem referenced, "To turn and look back when thou hear'st the sound of my name." That comes from a poem called "A Place in Thy Memory, Dearest." It's by Gerald Griffin. And for those of you who are very good with your Bible, you will recognize that Margaret conflates two books of the Bible. She has a passage from Hebrews, and she has a passage from Psalms. The Hebrews is chapter 13, verse 8, and the Psalms is chapter 90, verse 2. She says, "The same yesterday, today, and forever, everlasting, from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God." So that's what that is. And that is all we have to go over before I play you the chapters. There is much to talk about on the flip side. So here we go with chapters 45 and 46.
Chapter 45. Not All a Dream. Where are the sounds that swam along the buoyant air when I was young? The last vibration now is over, and they who listened are no more. Ah, let me close my eyes and dream. W.S. Landor. The idea of Helstone had been suggested to Mr. Bell's waking mind by his conversation with Mr. Lennox, and all night long it ran riot through his dreams. He was again the tutor in the college where he now held the rank of fellow. It was again a long vacation, and he was staying with his newly married friend, the proud husband and happy vicar of Helstone. Over babbling brooks they took impossible leaps, which seemed to keep them whole days suspended in the air. Time and space were not, though all other things seemed real. Every event was measured by the emotions of the mind, not by its actual existence, for existence it had none. But the trees were gorgeous in their autumnal leafiness. The warm odors of flower and herb came sweet upon the sense. The young wife moved about her house with just that mixture of annoyance at her position as regarded wealth, with pride in her handsome and devoted husband, which Mr. Bell had noticed in real life a quarter of a century ago. The dream was so lifelike that, when he awoke, his present life seemed like a dream. Where was he? In the close, handsomely furnished room of a London hotel. Where were those who spoke to him, moved around him, touched him not an instant ago? Dead, buried, lost forevermore, as far as earth's forevermore would extend. He was an old man, so lately exultant in the full strength of manhood. The utter loneliness of his life was insupportable to think about. He got up hastily and tried to forget what nevermore might be in a hurried dressing for the breakfast in Harley Street. He could not attend to all the lawyer's details, which, as he saw, made Margaret's eyes dilate and her lips grow pale, as one by one fate decreed, or so it seemed, every morsel of evidence which would exonerate Frederick should fall from beneath her feet and disappear. Even Mr. Lennox's well-regulated professional voice took a softer, tenderer tone as he drew near to the extinction of the last hope. It was not that Margaret had not been perfectly aware of the result before. It was only that the details of each successive disappointment came with such relentless minuteness to quench all hope that she at last fairly gave way to tears. Mr. Lennox stopped reading. "I had better not go on," said he in a concerned voice.
It was a foolish proposal of mine. Lieutenant Tail, and even this giving him the title of the service from which he had so harshly been expelled, was soothing to Margaret. Lieutenant Hale is happy now, more secure in fortune and future prospects than he could ever have been in the Navy, and has doubtless adopted his wife's country as his own.
"That is it," said Margaret. "It seems so selfish in me to regret it," trying to smile. "And yet he is lost to me, and I am so lonely."
Mr. Lennox turned over his papers and wished that he were as rich and prosperous as he believed he should be some day. Mr. Bell blew his nose, but otherwise he also kept silence, and Margaret, in a minute or two, had apparently recovered her usual composure. She thanked Mr. Lennox very courteously for his trouble, all the more courteously and graciously because she was conscious that by her behavior he might have probably been led to imagine that he had given her needless pain. Yet it was pain she would not have been without. Mr. Bell came up to wish her good-bye. "Margaret," said he as he fumbled with his gloves, "I am going down to Helstone tomorrow to look at the old place. Would you like to come with me, or would it give you too much pain? Speak out, don't be afraid."
"Oh, Mr. Bell," said she, and could say no more, but she took his old gouty hand and kissed it.
Come, that's enough," said he, reddening with awkwardness. "I suppose your Aunt Shaw will trust you with me. We'll go tomorrow morning, and we shall get there about 2:00, I fancy. We'll take a snack and order dinner at the little inn, the Leonard Arms it used to be, and go and get an appetite in the forest. Can you stand it, Margaret? It will be a trial, I know, to both of us, but it will be a pleasure to me at least, and there we'll dine. It will be but doe venison if we can get it at all, and then I'll take my nap while you go out and see old friends. I'll give you back safe and sound, barring railway accidents, and I'll insure your life for £1,000 before starting, which may be some comfort to your relations. But otherwise, I'll bring you back to Mrs. Shaw by lunchtime on Friday. So, if you say yes, I'll just go upstairs and propose it."
"It's no use my trying to say how much I shall like it," said Margaret through her tears.
"Well then, prove your gratitude by keeping those fountains of yours dry for the next 2 days. If you don't, I shall feel queer myself about the lachrymal ducts, and I don't like that."
"I won't cry a drop," said Margaret, winking her eyes to shake the tears off her eyelashes and forcing a smile.
"There's my good girl. Then we'll go upstairs and settle it all."
Margaret was in a state of almost trembling eagerness while Mr. Bell discussed the plan with her Aunt Shaw, who was first startled, then doubtful and perplexed, and in the end yielding rather to the rough force of Mr. Bell's words than to her own conviction. For to the last, whether it was right or wrong, proper or improper, she could not settle to her own satisfaction till Margaret's safe return. The happy fulfillment of the project gave her decision enough to say she was sure it had been a very kind thought of Mr. Bell's, and just what she herself had been wishing for Margaret, as giving her the very change which she required after all the anxious time she had had. Chapter 46. Once and Now. So, on those happy days of yore, oft as I dare to dwell once more, still must I miss the friend so tried, whom death has severed from my side. But ever when true friendship binds, spirit it is that spirit finds. In spirit then our bliss we found. In spirit yet to them I'm bound. Euland. Margaret was ready long before the appointed time, and had leisure enough to cry a little quietly when unobserved, and to smile brightly when anyone looked at her. Her last alarm was lest they should be too late and miss the train. But no,
They were all in time, and she breathed freely and happily at length, seated in the carriage opposite to Mr. Bell, and whirling away past the well-known stations, seeing the old south country towns and hamlets sleeping in the warm light of the pure sun, which gave a yet ruddier colour to their tiled roofs, so different to the cold slates of the north. Broods of pigeons hovered around those peaked, quaint gables, slowly settling here and there, and ruffling their soft, shiny feathers, as if exposing every fibre to the delicious warmth. There were few people about at the stations. It almost seemed as if they were too lazily content to wish to travel. None of the bustle and stir that Margaret had noticed in her 2 journeys on the London and Northwestern line. Later on in the year, this line of railway should be stirring and alive with rich pleasure-seekers. But as to the constant going to and fro of busy tradespeople, it would always be widely different from the northern lines. Here, a spectator or two stood lounging at nearly every station, with his hands in his pockets, so absorbed in the simple act of watching that it made the travellers wonder what he could find to do when the train whirled away and only the blank of a railway, some sheds, and a distant field or two were left for him to gaze upon. The hot air danced over the golden stillness of the land. Farm after farm was left behind, each reminding Margaret of German idols, of Hermann and Dorothea, of Evangeline. From this waking dream she was roused. It was the place to leave the train and take the fly to Helstone. And now sharper feelings came shooting through her heart, whether pain or pleasure she could hardly tell. Every mile was redolent of associations which she would not have missed for the world, but each of which made her cry upon the days that are no more with ineffable longing. The last time she had passed along this road was when she had left it with her father and mother. The day, the season, had been gloomy, and she herself hopeless. But they were there with her. Now she was alone, an orphan, and they, strangely, had gone away from her and vanished from the face of the earth. It hurt her to see the Helstone road so flooded in the sunlight, and every turn and every familiar tree so precisely the same in its summer glory as it had been in former years. Nature felt no change and was ever young. Mr. Bell knew something of what would be passing through her mind, and wisely and kindly held his tongue. They drove up to the Leonard Arms, half farmhouse, half inn, standing a little apart from the road, as much to say that the host did not so depend on the custom of travellers as to have to court it by any obtrusiveness. They, rather, must seek him out. The house fronted the village green, and right before it stood an immemorial lime tree, benched all round. In some hidden recesses of whose leafy wealth hung the grim escutcheon of the Leonards. The door of the inn stood wide open, but there was no hospitable hurry to receive the travellers. When the landlady did appear, and they might have abstracted many an article first, she gave them a kind welcome, almost as if they had been invited guests, and apologized for her coming having been so delayed by saying that it was hay-time, and the provisions for the men had to be sent afield, and she had been too busy packing up the baskets to hear the noise of wheels over the road which, since they had left the highway, ran over soft, short turf. "Why, bless me!" exclaimed she at the end of her apology. A glint of sunlight showed her Margaret's face, hitherto unobserved in that shady parlour. "It's Miss Ale, Jenny," said she, running to the door and calling to her daughter. "Come here, come directly, it's Miss Ale." And then she went up to Margaret and shook her hands with motherly fondness. "And how are you all? How's the vicar and Miss Dixon? The vicar above all. God bless him, we've never ceased to be sorry that he left." Margaret tried to speak and tell her of her father's death. Of her mother's it was evident that Mrs. Purkis was aware from her omission of her name.
but she choked in the effort and could only touch her deep mourning and say the one word, "Papa."
"Surely, sir, it's never so,"
said Mrs. Purkis, turning to Mr. Bell for confirmation of the sad suspicion that now entered her mind.
"There was a gentleman here in the spring, it might have been as long ago as last winter, who told us a deal of Mr. Hale and Miss Margaret, and he said Mrs. Hale was gone, poor lady, but never a word of the vicar's being ailing." "It is so, however," said Mr. Bell. "He died quite suddenly when on a visit to me at Oxford. He was a good man, Mrs. Purkis, and there's many of us that might be thankful to have as calm an end as his. Come, Margaret, my dear. Her father was my oldest friend, and she's my goddaughter, so I thought we would just come down together and see the old place, and I know of old you can give us comfortable rooms and a capital dinner. You don't remember me, I see, but my name is Bell, and once or twice, when the parsonage has been full, I've slept here and tasted your good ale. To be sure, I ask your pardon, but you see, I was taken up with Miss Ale. Let me show you to a room, Miss Margaret, where you can take off your bonnet and wash your face. It's only this very morning I plunged some fresh-gathered roses head downward in the water jug, for, thought I, perhaps someone will be coming, and there's nothing so sweet as spring water scented by a musk rose or two. To think of the vicar being dead. Well, to be sure, we must all die, only that gentleman said he was quite picking up after his trouble about Mrs. Hale's death. Come down to me, Mrs. Purkis, after you have attended to Miss Hale. I want to have a consultation with you about dinner." The little casement window in Margaret's bedchamber was almost filled up with rose and vine branches, but pushing them aside and stretching a little out, she could see the tops of the parsonage chimneys above the trees and distinguish many a well-known line through the leaves. "Aye," said Mrs. Purkis, smoothing down the bed and dispatching Jenny for an armful of lavender-scented towels. "Times is changed, miss. Our new vicar has 7 children and is building a nursery ready for more, just out where the arbour and the tool-house used to be in old times, and he has had new grates put in and a plate-glass window in the drawing-room. He and his wife are stirring people, and have done a deal of good. At least they say it's doing good. If it were not, I should call it turning things upside down for very little purpose. The new vicar is a teetotaler, miss, and a magistrate, and his wife has a deal of receipts for economical cooking, and is for making bread without yeast. And they both talk so much, and both at a time, that they knock one down, as it were. And it's not till they're gone and one's a little at peace that one can think that there were things one might have said on one's own side of the question. He'll be after the men's cans in the hayfield and peeping in, and then there'll be an ado, because it's not ginger beer. But I can't help it. My mother and my grandmother before me sent good malt liquor to haymakers and took salts and senna when anything ailed 'em, and I must even go on in their ways, though Mrs. Epworth does want to give me comfits instead of medicine, which, as she says, is a deal pleasanter, only I've no faith in it. But I must go, miss, though I'm wanting to hear many a thing. I'll come back to you before long."
Mr. Bell had strawberries and cream, a loaf of brown bread, and a jug of milk, together with a Stilton cheese and a bottle of port for his own private refreshment, ready for Margaret on her coming downstairs, and after this rustic luncheon they set out to walk, hardly knowing in what direction to turn, so many old familiar inducements were there in each.
"Shall we go past the vicarage?"
asked Mr. Bell.
"No, not yet. We will go this way and make a round so as to come back by it," replied Margaret. Here and there old trees had been felled the autumn before, or a squatter's roughly built and decaying cottage had disappeared. Margaret missed them each and all, and grieved over them like old friends.
They came past the spot where she and Mr. Lennox had sketched. The white, lightning-scarred trunk of the venerable beech, among whose roots they had sat down, was there no more. The old man, the inhabitant of the ruinous cottage, was dead. The cottage had been pulled down, and a new one, tidy and respectable, had been built in its stead. There was a small garden on the place where the beech tree had been. "I did not think I had been so old," said Margaret after a pause of silence, and she turned away, sighing. "Yes," said Mr. Bell, "it is the first changes among familiar things that make such a mystery of time to the young. Afterwards, we lose the sense of the mysterious. I take changes in all I see as a matter of course. The instability of all human things is familiar to me. To you it is new and oppressive." "Let us go on to see little Susan," said Margaret, drawing her companion up a grassy roadway leading under the shadow of a forest glade. "With all my heart, though I have not an idea who little Susan may be. But I have a kindness for all Susans, for simple Susan's sake." "My little Susan was disappointed when I left without wishing her good-bye, and it has been on my conscience ever since that I gave her pain which a little more exertion on my part might have prevented. But it is a long way. Are you sure you will not be tired?" "Quite sure. That is, if you don't walk so fast. You see, here there are no views that can give one an excuse for stopping to take breath. You would think it romantic to be walking with a person fat and scant o' breath if I were Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Have compassion on my infirmities for his sake." "I will walk slower for your own sake. I like you 20 times better than Hamlet." "On the principle that a living ass is better than a dead lion?" "Perhaps so. I don't analyze my feelings." "I am content to take your liking me without examining too curiously into the materials it is made of. Only we need not walk at a snail's pace." "Very well. Walk at your own pace, and I will follow. Or stop still and meditate, like the Hamlet you compare yourself to, if I go too fast." "Thank you, but as my mother has not murdered my father and afterwards married my uncle, I shouldn't know what to think about unless it were balancing the chances of our having a well-cooked dinner or not. What do you think?" "I am in good hopes. She used to be considered a famous cook as far as Helstone opinion went." "But have you considered the distraction of mind produced by all this hay-making?" Margaret felt all Mr. Bell's kindness in trying to make cheerful talk about nothing, to endeavor to prevent her from thinking too curiously about the past. But she would rather have gone over these dear loved walks in silence, if indeed she were not ungrateful enough to wish that she might have been alone. They reached the cottage where Susan's widowed mother lived. Susan was not there. She was gone to the parochial school. Margaret was disappointed, and the poor woman saw it and began to make a kind of apology. "Oh, it is quite right," said Margaret. "I'm very glad to hear it. I might have thought of it, only she used to stop at home with you."
"Yes, she did, and I miss her sadly. I used to teach her what little I knew at nights. It were not much, to be sure, but she were getting such a handy girl that I miss her sore. But she's a deal above me in learning now."
And the mother sighed.
"I'm all wrong," growled Mr. Bell. "Don't mind what I say. I'm 100 years behind the world, but I should say that the child was getting a better and simpler and more natural education stopping at home and helping her mother and learning to read a chapter in the New Testament every night by her side than from all the schooling under the sun." Margaret did not want to encourage him to go on by replying to him and so prolonging the discussion before the mother. So she turned to her and asked, "How is old Betty Barnes?"
"I don't know,"
said the woman rather shortly.
"We's not friends."
"Why not?" asked Margaret, who had formerly been the peacemaker of the village.
She stole my cat.
Did she know it was yours?
I don't know, I reckon not.
Well, could you not get it back again when you told her it was yours?
No, for she'd burnt it.
Burnt it? Exclaimed both Margaret and Mr. Bell.
Roasted it,
explained the woman. It was no explanation. By dint of questioning, Margaret extracted from her the horrible fact that Betty Barnes, having been induced by a gypsy fortune-teller to lend the latter her husband's Sunday clothes on promise of having them faithfully returned on the Saturday night before Goodman Barnes should have missed them, became alarmed by their non-appearance, and her consequent dread of her husband's anger, and, as according to one of the savage country superstitions, the cries of a cat in the agonies of being boiled or roasted alive, compelled, as it were, the powers of darkness to fulfill the wishes of the executioner. Resort had been had to the charm. The poor woman evidently believed in its efficacy. Her only feeling was indignation that her cat had been chosen out from all others for a sacrifice. Margaret listened in horror and endeavored in vain to enlighten the woman's mind, but she was obliged to give it up in despair. Step by step, she got the woman to admit certain facts of which the logical connection and sequence was perfectly clear to Margaret. But at the end, the bewildered woman simply repeated her first assertion, namely that
it were very cruel for sure, and she should not like to do it, but that there were nothing like it for giving a person what they wished for.
She had heard it all her life.
But it were very cruel for all that.
Margaret gave it up in despair and walked away sick at heart.
You are a good girl not to triumph over me, said Mr. Bell.
How? What do you mean?
I own I am wrong about schooling. Anything rather than have that child brought up in such practical paganism.
Oh, I remember. Poor little Susan. I must go and see her. Would you mind calling at the school?
Not a bit. I am curious to see something of the teaching she is to receive.
They did not speak much more, but threaded their way through many a bosky dell whose soft green influence could not charm away the shock and pain in Margaret's heart caused by the recital of such cruelty. A recital, too, the manner of which betrayed such utter want of imagination, and therefore of any sympathy with the suffering animal. The buzz of voices, like the murmur of a hive of busy human bees, made itself heard as soon as they emerged from the forest on the more open village green on which the school was situated. The door was wide open, and they entered. A brisk lady in black, here, there, and everywhere, perceived them, and bade them welcome with somewhat of the hostess air which, Margaret remembered, her mother was wont to assume, only in a more soft and languid manner when any rare visitor strayed in to inspect the school. She knew at once it was the present vicar's wife, her mother's successor, and she would have drawn back from the interview had it been possible. But in an instant she had conquered this feeling and modestly advanced, meeting many a bright glance of recognition and hearing many a half-suppressed murmur of, "It's Miss Hale!" The vicar's lady heard the name, and her manner at once became more kindly. Margaret wished she could have helped feeling that it also became more patronizing. The lady held out a hand to Mr. Bell with,
"Your father, I presume, Miss Hale. I see it by the likeness. I am sure I am very glad to see you, sir, and so will the vicar be."
Margaret explained that it was not her father, and stammered out the fact of his death, wondering all the time how Mr. Hale could have borne coming to revisit Helstone if it had been as the vicar's lady supposed. She did not hear what Mrs. Hepworth was saying, and left it to Mr. Bell to reply, looking round meanwhile for her old acquaintances.
"Ah, I see you would like to take a class, Miss Hale. I know it by myself. First, class, stand up for a parsing lesson with Miss Hale."
Poor Margaret, whose visit was sentimental, not in any degree inspective, felt herself taken in.
but as in some way bringing her in contact with little eager faces once well known, and who had received the solemn rite of baptism from her father. She sat down, half losing herself in tracing out the changing features of the girls, and holding Susan's hand for a minute or two, unobserved by all, while the first class sought for their books, and the vicar's lady went as near as a lady could towards holding Mr. Bell by the button, while she explained the phonetic system to him, and gave him a conversation she had had with the inspector about it. Margaret bent over her book, and seeing nothing but that, hearing the buzz of children's voices, old times rose up, and she thought of them, and her eyes filled with tears till, all at once, there was a pause. One of the girls was stumbling over the apparently simple word A, uncertain what to call it. A, an indefinite article, said Margaret mildly.
I beg your pardon, said the vicar's wife, all eyes and ears, but we are taught by Mr. Milsom to call A an, who can remember?
An adjective absolute, said half a dozen voices at once, and Margaret sat abashed. The children knew more than she did. Mr. Bell turned away and smiled. Margaret spoke no more during the lesson, but after it was over she went quietly round to one or two old favourites and talked to them a little. They were growing out of children into great girls, passing out of her recollection in their rapid development, as she, by her 3 years' absence, was vanishing from theirs. Still, she was glad to have seen them all again, though a tinge of sadness mixed itself with her pleasure. When school was over for the day, it was yet early in the summer afternoon, and Mrs. Hepworth proposed to Margaret that she and Mr. Bell should accompany her to the parsonage and see the word improvements had half slipped out of her mouth, but she substituted the more cautious term alterations which the present vicar was making. Margaret did not care a straw about seeing the alterations, which jarred upon her fond recollection of what her home had been. But she longed to see the old place once more, even though she shivered away from the pain which she knew she should feel. The parsonage was so altered both inside and out that the real pain was less than she had anticipated. It was not like the same place. The garden, the grass plat, formerly so daintily trim that even a stray rose leaf seemed like a fleck on its exquisite arrangement and propriety, was strewed with children's things. A bag of marbles here, a hoop there, a straw hat forced down upon a rose tree as on a peg, to the destruction of a long, beautiful, tender branch laden with flowers which, in former days, would have been trained up tenderly as if beloved. The little square, matted hall was equally filled with signs of merry, healthy, rough childhood.
Ah, said Mrs. Hepworth, you must excuse this untidiness, Miss Hale. When the nursery is finished, I shall insist upon a little order. We are building a nursery out of your room, I believe. How did you manage, Miss Hale, without a nursery?
We were but 2, said Margaret. You have many children, I presume?
7. Look here, we are throwing out a window to the road on this side. Mr. Hepworth is spending an immense deal of money on this house, but really it was scarcely habitable when we came, for so large a family as ours, I mean, of course.
Every room in the house was changed, besides the one of which Mrs. Hepworth spoke, which had been Mr. Hale's study formerly, and where the green gloom and delicious quiet of the place had conduced, as he had said, to a habit of meditation. But perhaps, in some degree, to the formation of a character more fitted for thought than action. The new window gave a view of the road and had many advantages, as Mrs. Hepworth pointed out. From it the wandering sheep of her husband's flock might be seen, who struggled to the tempting beer-house, unobserved as they might hope, but not unobserved in reality, for the active vicar kept his eye on the road, even during the composition of his most orthodox sermons, and had a hat and stick hanging ready at hand to seize before sallying out after his parishioners, who had need of quick legs if they could take refuge in the Jolly Forester before the teetotal vicar had arrested them. The whole family were quick, brisk, loud-talking, kind-hearted, and not troubled with much delicacy of perception. Margaret feared that Mrs. Hepworth would find out that Mr. Bell was playing upon her in the admiration he thought fit to express for everything that especially grated on his taste. But no, she took it all literally, and with such good faith that Margaret could not help remonstrating with him as they walked slowly away from the parsonage back to their inn. "Don't scold, Margaret. It was all because of you. If she had not shown you every change with such evident exultation in their superior sense, in perceiving what an improvement this and that would be, I could have behaved well. But if you must go on preaching, keep it till after dinner, when it will send me to sleep and help my digestion." They were both of them tired, and Margaret herself so much so that she was unwilling to go out as she had proposed to do and have another ramble among the woods and fields so close to the home of her childhood. And somehow this visit to Helstone had not been exactly what she had expected. There was change everywhere, slight yet pervading all. Households were changed by absence or death or marriage or the natural mutations brought by days and months and years, which carry us on imperceptibly from childhood to youth, and thence through manhood to age, whence we drop, like fruit fully ripe, into the quiet Mother Earth. Places were changed, a tree gone here, a bough there, bringing in a long ray of light where no light was before. A road was trimmed and narrowed, and the green straggling pathway by its side enclosed and cultivated. A great improvement it was called, but Margaret sighed over the old picturesqueness, the old gloom, and the grassy wayside of former days. She sat by the window on the little settle, sadly gazing out upon the gathering shades of night, which harmonized well with her pensive thought. Mr. Bell slept soundly after his unusual exercise through the day. At last he was roused by the entrance of the tea-tray, brought in by a flushed-looking country girl who had evidently been finding some variety from her usual occupation of waiter in assisting this day in the hayfield. "Hello? Who's there? Where are we? Who's that? Margaret? Oh, now I remember all. I could not imagine what woman was sitting there in such a doleful attitude, with her hands clasped straight out upon her knees, and her face looking so steadfastly before her. What were you looking at?" asked Mr. Bell, coming to the window and standing behind Margaret. "Nothing," said she, rising up quickly and speaking as cheerfully as she could at a moment's notice. "Nothing, indeed. A bleak background of trees, some white linen hung out on the sweetbriar hedge, and a great waft of damp air. Shut the window and come in and make tea." Margaret was silent for some time. She played with her teaspoon, and did not attend particularly to what Mr. Bell said. He contradicted her, and she took the same sort of smiling notice of his opinion as if he had agreed with her. Then she sighed, and, putting down her spoon, she began, apropos of nothing at all, and in the high-pitched voice which usually shows that the speaker has been thinking for some time on the subject that they wish to introduce. "Mr. Bell, you remember what we were saying about Frederick last night, don't you?" "Last night? Where was I? Oh, I remember. Why, it seems a week ago. Yes, to be sure, I recollect we talked about him, poor fellow." "Yes, and do you not remember that Mr. Lennox spoke about his having been in England about the time of dear mamma's death?" asked Margaret, her voice now lower than usual. "I recollect. I hadn't heard of it before." "And I always thought that Papa had told you about it." No, he never did. But what about it, Margaret?
I want to tell you of something I did that was very wrong about that time, said Margaret, suddenly looking up at him with her clear, honest eyes. I told a lie, and her face became scarlet.
True, that was bad, I own, not but what I have told a pretty round number in my life, not all in downright words, as I suppose you did, but in actions or in some shabby circumlocutory way, leading people either to disbelieve the truth or believe a falsehood. You know who is the father of lies, Margaret? Well, a great number of folk, thinking themselves very good, have odd sorts of connection with lies, left-hand marriages, and second cousins once removed. The tainting blood of falsehood runs through us all. I should have guessed you as far from it as most people. What? Crying, child? Nay, now we'll not talk of it if it ends in this way. I dare say you have been sorry for it, and that you won't do it again, and it's long ago now, and, in short, I want you to be very cheerful and not very sad this evening.
Margaret wiped her eyes and tried to talk about something else, but suddenly she burst out afresh. Please, Mr. Bell, let me tell you about it. You could perhaps help me a little. No, not help me, but if you knew the truth, perhaps you could put me to rights. That is not it, after all, said she, in despair at not being able to express herself more exactly as she wished. Mr. Bell's whole manner changed. Tell me about it, child, said he. It's a long story, but when Fred came, Mamma was very ill, and I was undone with anxiety, and afraid, too, that I might have drawn him into danger. And we had an alarm just after her death, for Dixon met someone in Milton, a man called Leonards, who had known Fred, and who seemed to owe him a grudge, or, at any rate, to be tempted by the recollection of the reward offered for his apprehension. And with this new fright, I thought I'd better hurry off Fred to London, where, as you would understand from what we said the other night, he was to go to consult Mr. Lennox as to his chances if he stood the trial. So that is, he and I, went to the railway station. It was one evening, and it was just getting rather dusk, but still light enough to recognize and be recognized, and we were too early and went out to walk in a field just close by. I was always in a panic about this Leonards, who was, I knew, somewhere in the neighborhood, and then, when we were in the field, the low red sunlight just in my face, someone came by on horseback in the road just below the field stile by which we stood. I saw him look at me, but I did not know who it was at first. The sun was so in my eyes, but in an instant the dazzle went off, and I saw it was Mr. Thornton, and we bowed.
And he saw Frederick, of course, said Mr. Bell, helping her on with her story, as he thought.
Yes, and then, at the station, a man came up, tipsy and reeling, and he tried to collar Fred, and overbalanced himself as Fred wrenched himself away, and fell over the edge of the platform. Not far, not deep, not above 3 feet. But, oh, Mr. Bell, somehow that fall killed him.
How awkward. It was this Leonards, I suppose. And how did Fred get off?
Oh, he went off immediately after the fall, which we never thought could have done the poor fellow any harm. It seemed so slight an injury.
Then he did not die directly?
No, not for 2 or 3 days. And then, oh, Mr. Bell, now comes the bad part, said she, nervously twining her fingers together. A police inspector came and taxed me with having been the companion of the young man whose push or blow had occasioned Leonard's death. That was a false accusation, you know, but we had not heard that Fred had sailed. He might still be in London and liable to be arrested on this false charge, and his identity with the Lieutenant Hale, accused of causing that mutiny, discovered, he might be shot. All this flashed through my mind.
and I said it was not me. I was not at the railway station that night. I knew nothing about it. I had no conscience or thought but to save Frederick.
I say it was right. I should have done the same. You forgot yourself in thought for another. I hope I should have done the same.
No, you would not. It was wrong, disobedient, faithless. At that very time, Fred was safely out of England, and in my blindness I forgot that there was another witness who could testify to my being there.
Who?
Mr. Thornton. You know he had seen me close to the station. We had bowed to each other.
Well, he would know nothing of this riot about the drunken fellow's death. I suppose the inquiry never came to anything.
No, the proceedings they had begun to talk about on the inquest were stopped. Mr. Thornton did know all about it. He was a magistrate, and he found out that it was not the fall that had caused the death, but not before he knew what I had said.
Oh, Mr. Bell!
She suddenly covered her face with her hands, as if wishing to hide herself from the presence of the recollection.
Did you have any explanation with him? Did you ever tell him the strong, instinctive motive?
The instinctive want of faith and clutching at a sin to keep myself from sinking, said she bitterly. No, how could I? He knew nothing of Frederick. To put myself to rights in his good opinion, was I to tell him of the secrets of our family, involving, as they seemed to do, the chances of poor Frederick's entire exculpation? Fred's last words had been to enjoin me to keep his visit a secret from all. You see, Papa never told even you. No, I could bear the shame. I thought I could, at least. I did bear it. Mr. Thornton has never respected me since.
He respects you, I'm sure, said Mr. Bell. To be sure, it accounts a little for... But he always speaks of you with regard and esteem, though now I understand certain reservations in his manner.
Margaret did not speak, did not attend to what Mr. Bell went on to say, lost all sense of it. By and by she said, Will you tell me what you referred to about reservations in his manner of speaking of me?
Oh, simply he has annoyed me by not joining in my praises of you. Like an old fool, I thought that everyone would have the same opinions as I had, and he evidently could not agree with me. I was puzzled at the time, but he must be perplexed if the affair has never been in the least explained. There was first your walking out with a young man in the dark.
But it was my brother, said Margaret, surprised.
True, but how was he to know that?
I don't know. I never thought of anything of that kind, said Margaret, reddening and looking hurt and offended.
And perhaps he never would but for the lie, which, under the circumstances, I maintain was necessary.
It was not. I know it now. I bitterly repent it. There was a long pause of silence. Margaret was the first to speak. I am not likely ever to see Mr. Thornton again. And there she stopped.
There are many things more unlikely, I should say, replied Mr. Bell.
But I believe I never shall. Still, somehow, one does not like to have sunk so low in a friend's opinion as I have done in his. Her eyes were full of tears, but her voice was steady, and Mr. Bell was not looking at her. And now that Frederick has given up all hope and almost all wish of ever clearing himself and returning to England, it would be only doing myself justice to have all this explained. If you please, and if you can, if there is a good opportunity, don't force an explanation upon him, pray, but if you can, Will you tell him the whole circumstances, and tell him also that I gave you leave to do so, because I felt that for Papa's sake I should not like to lose his respect, though we may never be likely to meet again."
"Certainly. I think he ought to know. I do not like you to rest even under the shadow of an impropriety. He would not know what to think of seeing you alone with a young man."
"As for that," said Margaret rather haughtily, "I hold it is honni soit qui mal y pense. Yet still I should choose to have it explained, if any natural opportunity for easy explanation occurs. But it is not to clear myself of any suspicion of improper conduct that I wish to have him told. If I thought that he had suspected me, I should not care for his good opinion. No, it is that he may learn how I was tempted and how I fell into the snare. Why I told that falsehood, in short."
"Which I don't blame you for. It is no partiality of mine, I assure you."
What other people may think of the rightness or wrongness is nothing in comparison to my own deep knowledge, my innate conviction that it was wrong. But we will not talk of that any more, if you please. It is done. My sin is sinned. I have now to put it behind me, and be truthful forevermore, if I can.
"Very well. If you like to be uncomfortable and morbid, be so. I always keep my conscience as tight shut up as a jack-in-a-box, for when it jumps into existence it surprises me by its size, so I coax it down again as the fisherman coaxed the genie. Wonderful, say I, to think that you have been concealed so long and in so small a compass that I really did not know of your existence. Pray, sir, instead of growing larger and larger every instant and bewildering me with your misty outlines, would you once more compress yourself into your former dimensions? And when I've got him down, don't I clap the seal on the vase and take good care how I open it again, and how I go against Solomon, wisest of men, who confined him there?"
But it was no smiling matter to Margaret. She hardly attended to what Mr. Bell was saying. Her thoughts ran upon the idea, before entertained, but which now had assumed the strength of a conviction, that Mr. Thornton no longer held his former good opinion of her, that he was disappointed in her. She did not feel as if any explanation could ever reinstate her, not in his love, for that and any return on her part she had resolved never to dwell upon, and she kept rigidly to her resolution, but in the respect and high regard which she had hoped would have made him willing, in the spirit of Gerald Griffin's beautiful lines, to turn and look back when thou hearest the sound of my name. She kept choking and swallowing all the time that she thought about it. She tried to comfort herself with the idea that what he imagined her to be did not alter the fact of what she was, but it was a truism, a phantom, and broke down under the weight of her regret. She had 20 questions on the tip of her tongue to ask Mr. Bell, but not one of them did she utter. Mr. Bell thought that she was tired, and sent her early to her room, where she sat long hours by the open window, gazing out on the purple dome above, where the stars arose and twinkled and disappeared behind the great umbrageous trees before she went to bed. All night long, too, there burnt a little light on earth, a candle in her old bedroom, which was the nursery with the present inhabitants of the parsonage until the new one was built. A sense of change, of individual nothingness, of perplexity and disappointment overpowered Margaret. Nothing had been the same, and this slight, all-pervading instability had given her greater pain than if all had been too entirely changed for her to recognize it. I begin to understand now what heaven must be, and, oh, the grandeur and repose of the words, the same yesterday, today, and forever, everlasting. From everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. That sky above me looks as though it could not change, and yet it will. I am so tired of being whirled on through all these phases of my life, in which nothing abides by me, no creature, no place. It is like the circle in which the victims of earthly passion eddy continually. I am in the mood in which women of another religion take the veil. I seek heavenly steadfastness in earthly monotony. If I were a Roman Catholic and could deaden my heart, stun it with some great blow, I might become a nun. But I should pine after my kind. No, not my kind, for love for my species could never fill my heart to the utter exclusion of love for individuals. Perhaps it ought to be so. Perhaps not. I cannot decide tonight. Wearily she went to bed. Wearily she arose in 4 or 5 hours' time. But with the morning came hope and a brighter view of things. "After all, it is right," said she, hearing the voices of children at play while she was dressing. "If the world stood still, it would retrograde and become corrupt, if that is not Irish. Looking out of myself and my own painful sense of change, the progress all around me is right and necessary. I must not think so much of how circumstances affect me myself, but how they affect others if I wish to have a right judgment or a hopeful, trustful heart." And with a smile ready in her eyes to quiver down to her lips, she went into the parlor and greeted Mr. Bell. "Ah, Missy, you were up late last night, so you're late this morning. Now, I've got a little piece of news for you. What do you think of an invitation to dinner? A morning call, literally in the dewy morning. Why, I've had the vicar here already on his way to the school. How much the desire of giving our hostess a teetotal lecture for the benefit of the haymakers had to do with his earliness, I don't know, but here he was when I came down just before 9, and we are asked to dine there today." "But Edith expects me back. I cannot go," said Margaret, thankful to have so good an excuse. "Yes, I know. So I told him. I thought you would not want to go. Still, it is open if you would like it." "Oh, no," said Margaret. "Let us keep to our plan. Let us start at 12. It is very good and kind of them, but, indeed, I could not go." "Very well. Don't fidget yourself, and I'll arrange it all." Before they left, Margaret stole round to the back of the vicarage garden and gathered a little straggling piece of honeysuckle. She would not take a flower the day before for fear of being observed, and her motives and feelings commented upon. But as she returned across the common, the place was reinvested with the old enchanting atmosphere. The common sounds of life were more musical there than anywhere else in the whole world. The light more golden, the life more tranquil and full of dreamy delight. As Margaret remembered her feelings yesterday, she said to herself, "And I too change perpetually, now this, now that, now disappointed and peevish because all is not exactly as I had pictured it, and now suddenly discovering that the reality is far more beautiful than I had imagined it. Oh, Helstone, I shall never love any place like you." A few days afterwards she had found her level, and decided that she was very glad to have been there, and that she had seen it again, and that to her it would always be the prettiest spot in the world, but that it was so full of associations with former days, and especially with her father and mother, that if it were all to come over again, she should shrink back from such another visit as that which she had paid with Mr. Bell.
So, you see what I mean about chapter 45. 45 just moved us to Helstone. And then there's Helstone. So first off, Mrs. Purkis at the inn in Helstone, she cracks me up. And it starts off with her sounding like she likes the new vicar just fine. And then it kind of goes downhill from there. He's a teetotaler, which means he doesn't drink. And he goes, she says, poking around in the men's cans in the hayfield. Those are their lunch boxes. He's going and looking in their lunch boxes to see if they have any beer. You can't do that. He would have approved ginger beer, which it isn't beer, alcoholic like beer. But then she says, I can't help it. My mother and my grandmother before me sent good malt liquor to haymakers, which would have provided them with some electrolytes and some salt. And then she says she took salts and senna when anything ailed them. And salts and senna, that would be Epsom salts, which is magnesium, which has a laxative effect on the digestive tract. And senna, the leaves of the senna plant, you could brew into a tea, make a decoction with, and that would do much the same thing. So if the guys aren't feeling regular, you take them some malt liquor and some milk of magnesia, and there it is. Although you sure wouldn't want to feed that to them when they're working on the hayfield. I wouldn't have thought. But yeah, so we have now a vicar who is a nosy, busybody teetotaler who's going to watch the guys out his new window to make sure they're not walking to the pub. How much fun to have him be your vicar. Golly, I just couldn't wait. And then there's that whole thing with Susan's mom and the cat. Whoa. I'm willing to put money on the fact that Gaskell heard this and that it was a thing. I don't know. Those of you who live in Yorkshire, have you heard any old wives' tales like this? That roasting a cat would get rid of bad things? Oh my gosh. Horrifying. I loved Belle's reaction. Maybe school is good for little Susan. Perhaps that would be better for her. Oh, just that freaked me out. And then the new vicar's wife in the schoolroom. Time for a passing lesson. Children, stand. Speak to Miss Hale. Here, Mr. Bell, I'm going to haul you off and tell you all about the phonetic system. And then the girl stumbling over the simple word A. Now, the kids would have to stand and recite a sentence and then identify each part of speech for each word in the sentence. Something that would be quite difficult for American children in school to do, including me. Not that I'm a child, but I would still have a hard time. So the little girl stumbles on the word A, as in a crazy woman is teaching our class. And Margaret says it's an indefinite article, which I posit any of us would agree with. But no, it is an adjective absolute. Okay, fine. It made me think of New Math. Do you remember the Tom Lehrer song, New Math? I will try and link to this. I think there's a version of it on YouTube where it's just audio to listen to. But this is nothing new. The changing of the curriculum, the new research being done, saying that there's a new or better way to do things. Dude, I'm still diagramming sentences. That worked. A visual representation of grammar, I'm good with that. I like that just fine. But this, I actually did laugh out loud. I was in the car when I listened to this chapter for the first time, and it cracked me up because of the improvements to the curriculum and the improvements to the house. And poor Margaret, how hard it would have been to have gone through something like this so soon after her father died. And I particularly loved the fact that Mr. Bell was walking around with Mrs. Hepworth, complimenting her on all of the things that he found appalling. Oh, that's marvelous. Oh, you've changed this. Oh, that's wonderful. An adjective absolute. How marvelous. I love that. And Margaret thought she was going to figure it out. But no, that would not have been Mrs. Hepworth's way. And then it is interesting, is it not, that the end of this chapter, a chapter which did not originally appear in Household Words, is the point where Margaret says to Mr. Bell the things that she could never say to her father. And explains, because she knows he knows Mr. Thornton, but he isn't her father. She's able to confess this horrible lie she told. And Belle is able to give her some perspective, which I thought she'd kind of already gotten, but she seems to be completely shocked that Thornton could possibly have thought that she was doing something nefarious with another young man. Because to her, it was just Frederick. And I thought, too, that his reactions for someone who's not a father, his reaction was really quite lovely. Everyone tells lies, and you don't have to scratch the surface very far before you hit skeletons in somebody else's closets. But when she really did have a chance to explain the whole thing, he did see how this was complicated and bad. And not so much that she lied as that he understood how her lowering of herself in Mr. Thornton's estimation would be troubling. And I found her commentary at the end to be really interesting, where she said, if I were a different religion, I'd take to the veil. I'd become a nun. Now, I thought that it was curious that she said she'd have to harden her heart to do that, but that she was ready to just go to a convent because she really screwed up on this one. Doesn't every high schooler, I mean, not necessarily say, oh, I want to be a nun, but doesn't every high schooler at some point say, oh, I have screwed up so bad, I just need to start over at a different school. I just need to go somewhere where nobody knows me. I need to go someplace where I never have to interact with another human being again. And I get that. I don't know, maybe that was just me. but I certainly understand where Margaret is coming from in that section, and thought it was interesting that she went to the Roman Catholic thing, and wonder if that isn't just that Frederick's on her mind because of the conversation that she's had with Mr. Bell. And then she was able to put Helstone to sleep and say, okay, past is past. I'm done. I can move on. And she needed that. You can see why Gaskell had wanted to add this chapter in. She needed to give Margaret an opportunity to put things to rest. And she needed an opportunity to let the innkeeper drop that a gentleman had been there in the spring who told her about Mrs. Hale's death. Because we also heard from Mr. Thornton, when he was talking to Belle, that he had seen Helstone. So now we have that dropped from 2 different locations, 2 different people. So if we didn't catch it the first time, we might have picked up on it this time because Mrs. Purkis is not so subtle with that. So, next week, 47, 48, 49. And then the week after, 50, 51, 52. End of book. 2 more episodes and we're done, and we get to see what happens at the end. All right, have a great week. I will talk to you soon. Bye. You can find show notes for this episode and links to other episodes at CraftLit.com. CraftLit also appears anywhere you can get a podcast: iTunes, Spotify, iHeartRadio, and on, including its own dedicated app. There are lots of ways to support CraftLit, from patreon.com/CraftLit to CraftLit.com memberships and channel memberships on YouTube. You can find out more details at CraftLit.com/premium. And as always, thank you for your support. And remember, if your hands are too busy to pick up a book, at least you can turn one on.